Oh, what is going on, YouTube? I hope all is well. I am a little under the weather, just forewarning, but I'm going to try to just be productive. So, Lisa, Andy in the house, thank you for coming so soon. Dustin as well. I figured today we would just do some markup of the chassis. We're kind of shooting ahead a little bit. We don't even have all the, the schematic and all that fun stuff done, but we're just going to do this anyway because I cannot sit on my loins. So, I am going to try to keep this guy on here if I can, but as you can see, we've got ourselves a chassis here that is ready to start getting marked up. So what I like to use is this blue painter's tape. You can use any tape you'd like, to be honest, but I find the blue painter's tape works pretty well. And then I just like to kind of coat the whole amp in it. It just makes things easy, so I just kind of pick an edge, try to make it as square as I can, and go over the edge. As you can see, I'm not wasting any time. Oh man, I don't know what the hell happened. After I got in the other night when we were talking, Andy, I shit you not, like 30 minutes later, I was just like, uh-oh, something's wrong. And then when I woke up yesterday morning, I had my deep man voice, and it was cool. I still have a little bit of it, but I don't know. The wife, she teases me about it. She's, "No, that's not your freaking voice. Stop doing that." I was like, "That's me, baby." So I just coat the whole damn thing. It just makes life easier. What's also kind of cool is if you do it just right, if you have to peel one layer of tape out, it's kind of non-incidental. If you make a bad mark or something like that, you can just pull one piece off. And it gets you just enough oftentimes. Well, I do an 8-inch chassis, but it gets you just enough that you can get all the spots covered up that you need. Now, the other purpose for this, gosh dang it, if you would line up. The other purpose for this, yeah, I'm just going to have a missing line there, that's all there is to it, is to kind of protect the chassis and make it so you don't mar it up and stuff like that, because you are going to be setting things on it and all that jazz. So we've got this fairly sizable transformer here, and as you can see, this is an 8-inch wide chassis here, and this thing pretty much takes up all the real estate available. So objectively, we're going to try to get it kind of in this back corner here, and I'm going to try to get it as far over to the left here as I can and as far to the back as I can. We are going to do something a little bit different on this build, because the power tubes are going to kind of end up like probably right in here somewhere. It's right next to the power transformer. And then the preamp tubes are probably going to land like right in here, which is, again, is kind of right in line with the side of that. Thank you, my man. I appreciate that. Yeah, I hope I feel better too. Today is markedly better, I'll tell you that. Yesterday I had a gnarly headache all day. I actually tried to watch your stream later last night, I should say. But after you ended the first one, I was done. I couldn't hang in there anymore. But today we're feeling a little bit better. It's not going to be light. And it's also going to be tight. This thing's going to be heavy and tight. I felt really good this morning when I first got up, but it's progressively starting to kind of go downhill. I can already feel my headache coming back. So, BC, what's going on, my man? Thank you guys for coming in, though. I appreciate all your love and attention. So, this one was very impromptu. I got up this morning and I was like, I have to be productive today. So, we're going to just try to make this work. I'm in debates on whether or not I'm going to use shielded tube sockets. I generally go with the bottom mount style ones. So the bottom mount meaning that you drill a hole and then you mount it from the bottom up into the chassis. And to me, it looks better. I don't like tube shields, so I tend to not use them if I can get away with it. But here we are. So you can kind of see here, I'm just trying to get a soft kind of layout of what we're going to have. This guy will kind of live right in there, thereabouts. So what I'm going to do that's a little bit different from what I've done in the past is I'm going to put a shield right here. And by that I mean I'm going to take a piece of steel. I'm going to bend up a piece of steel that'll kind of go right down the side of this thing here, and it'll have like an L bracket, so it'll go underneath the transformer, and then it'll bend up, and it'll have like little wings on it, I guess you would call it. They call them curtains, I guess. But it'll just kind of float right here. The idea behind that is that because it's made out of steel, the electromagnetic, the EMI that comes off of this thing will hopefully get absorbed by that steel plate, and because it's connected to ground via the chassis, it will dump it out of the ground and get it out of the amp, right? So that's the hope, that's the plan. And then these guys, of course, will live just a little off center of the amp to fit in that space there. And then I'll have these guys kind of in the general vicinity, I guess you will. And then we'll have another one, and if you recall from the other day, we'll have another one kind of like right in here somewhere. This may be one that I will have to put a tube shield on. I don't know for a fact yet, but I'm going to try not to use them if I don't have to. I'm not a fan of tube shields, so as I've already said. But this guy I'm not as worried about. Generally with power or output transformers, they tend to keep their electromagnetic interference and all that jazz more or less contained within them. And it's not as bad coming off of this face. It's a little worse coming off of these ones here, off the bell ends. But yeah, we're going to try to avoid some induction if we can. So we will put that steel plate here. And what it should do is just create this shadow. And the idea is that it hopefully keeps a shadow over this general vicinity here. And then this guy being all the way over there will make it it's already going to be pretty out of the way. But all the stuff in here is gonna shoot out to the back of the chassis and then around anyway. So I'll probably have to do it like this so that the primaries here can get to the edge of the chassis and still reach around to the thing. I'm already gonna have to extend the center tap. So tube shields. I'm glad you asked that question. Tube shields do not get rid of EMI. They get rid of RF. Right, so they're more for like radio frequency interference, because most tube shields are aluminum. Aluminum's non-magnetic, so it doesn't deal with that side of things, right? So it won't get rid of any noise that comes off of the power transformer. That's not what they're for. It's to make it so that Radio Disney doesn't get into your tubes. Well, I'm not really worried about Radio Disney. But it also has, because you're literally enveloping the tube with this shield now, it does have a capacitance, and that capacitance will alleviate or remove or reduce some... Hey, Colby, how's it going? Oh, nice. 21st birthday? Yeah, you're going to have fun. She's going to have fun. It's going to be nothing but trouble right now. Congrats. Way to go, Colby. So yeah, it'll create capacitance, which will then dull the frequencies a little bit. So for some amps that might be ideal. Maybe you need to just add like a little bit of that kind of Miller capacitance, if you will, and help kind of dive off some of the high frequency content. But in most amps where you like having that glassy shimmer on it, that really high end air, putting tube shields on there can kind of eliminate that, and that's not a good thing. To me, that's not a good thing. So anyway, you can kind of see what we're trying to plan there. Let me put these away for a second here. Bear with me while I contain or gather myself here a little bit. Okay. So obviously you're going to need some sort of a pen or some sort of a marking device. I'm going to use a pencil today. But, yeah, 21 years of age, man. I remember when I was 21. So I kind of want to leave a little bit of space on the... I know you can't see it because of... Hold on, let's make it so you can. I think it'd make more sense if you can see what I'm talking about here. So over here, I am going to do my chassis like normal, where I have about 1/4 of an inch overlap, right? So I don't want this thing like right at 1/4 of an inch. That would be ungood. So I'm going to have to cheat it in a little bit, and I'm thinking 1/2 inch would probably be a good idea. That'll give me 1/4 inch of air on the side. So it's probably not a bad idea to get yourself one of these combo squares. Obviously, it gets a little... I talked about it in another episode where there's like an edge here that's rounded. So it's really hard to get something that only has about 1/4 of an inch landing space to truly give you an accurate idea of where, because as you wallow that around, you can see how it can change the distance. So you're going to need a couple measuring devices. Now, does it matter how accurate it really is? Later, Colby. Have a good one. Probably not in the grand scheme of things. So another way that I'll try to cheat is I'll do something like that where I can literally get up to the edge of the thing, and you can just kind of get an idea of what I mean. You can line it up with the value that you want and get a little bit more precise that way. So bunch of different ways. I'm not super hypercritical about it being exact. All I know is I'm going to go with 1/2 inch of space here, so I'm just going to take something like, and that wasn't even right. There we go, 1/2 inch there. I'm going to come down to here, and I'm going to say 1/2 inch there. All right. And then we're going to see if this lines up, and it's a little bit tight, so I'm going to air it in just a little bit. Yeah, I like that. So I'm just going to do this all the way down. Make sense? And you can see I kind of did a pretty good job there. All right, so now I got this line. That is the edge of my transformer there. So that will leave me 1/4 of an inch. Okay? Makes sense? So I'll line that up there. That leaves me with my 1/4 of an inch. I want to do the same on the back. So the edge is a little bit further out on this guy than it is on this back one here. It's a little bit further out. 1/4 inch is a little bit scary to leave for space in the back. I do have the mirror going there, so if this thing ever does decide to kick over, I don't know if 1/4 inch is going to be enough. Now, luckily, on the back, it's not sticking out. You know, I don't have like a thing sticking in there, so that'll be non-incidental, to be honest. So I'm going to just go that route there. So when I line this thing up now, and I'm sorry or apologize if you see my head or whatnot, but we'll end up with something like that. Okay? Okay. There you go. And it's funny because on the camera, it looks like it's on the back side of the thing. It is not. There actually is air there. Now, all that is just so that way I know where this thing is going to fit in the space. And I guess it would probably be wise to measure out how wide this thing is. They said it's 4 point something. It's 4 3/8 inches. So let's go ahead and just move this off. Now, the reason I'm trying to mark it all out now is because the less times I have to take this thing and move it on and off, the better. So I'm trying to just get the idea of the space so I can just manage it. 4 3/8, huh? All right, so we're gonna go 1, 2, 3, 4, and 3/8. So right here. And we're gonna come over to here. There we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 3/8. Right there. If you have a straight edge, that would be great. I left my other one out, so it's being utilized for something else right now. So I'm going to use one of these big guys. I guess I could have used, I have a little turret board right there. I could use that too. There. Ish, right? Ish. Yeah. There we go. And then width-wise, I don't know what this thing is width-wise. Probably doesn't really matter that much because we really only care about the back side, but it's 5.5 inches. 5.5 inches deep, so do the math on that. So we'll go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.5. It's like right here. All right, we'll do the same thing over here. So 2, and we'll go 7.5. Sorry, I told you this is gonna be painful. if you wanted to watch this series, this is what you're going to get. Because this is literally what I sit here and do. It's not the fun stuff. I'm boring. But this is what it takes to build an amplifier, dang it. Dang it. Alright, so I'm not really worried about what's underneath this space, directly underneath. Now, what I can tell you is that, unfortunately, there's going to have to be a mount for this guy probably underneath where this thing is at, because I believe this thing is going to kind of land like right in here. Luckily, this thing has no clearance underneath it. So I might be able to get something here. So I'm gonna have to be crafty on where I place this thing and where I put the mounts. I like using a minimum of 4 on these guys. So we're not gonna be able to find the holes today for where the turret board's gonna go, but you just kind of get a rough idea and you get the idea. All right, but you have to be mindful where you can put these holes so you can put the standoffs. So this thing will sit with some standoffs underneath it inside of the chassis. So that's why marking all this stuff out ahead of time is helpful, because then when you get the actual layout done, the transformer, this one here is about $300 after shipping. A little bit over, depending on how many you get them or where you get them from. So if you bought this from, I think I was talking about it in the other video the other night. No, it was the members only one I was talking about it, but more or less, if you buy this from Amplified Parts, excuse me, it's like $295 plus tax, but you get free shipping because anything after $100 they give you free shipping. What is up, Spent Electrons? Oh, heads up too, you guys, I did mail out some shirts, so some shirts are going out to those of you who won, and I believe you are one of those on the list there, Spent Electrons. I'll have to double check and make sure I got you, but I sent out a batch yesterday, so I got a couple more to go yet still. But so yeah, but if you buy it from Hawk Electronics, you can get it a lot cheaper. I think it goes from like $295 or $296 down to like $250 or something like that. So you can save like $30 or $40 on the cost, but with Hawk Electronics, you're going to be paying taxes and shipping. So after taxes and shipping, it works out still to roughly the same price. So it just depends on how you're doing it. I would say that if you're going to buy a whole pair or a whole set of transformers, so output and power, it may be cheaper in the long run to get it from Amplified Parts. But if you're just going to buy one transformer at a time, it might be beneficial to get it from Hawk Electronics. Maybe, maybe not. All right, so we now know where this guy's going to go. Let's figure out where this guy is going to go now. And we're going to do the same thing. So we give it a 1/2 inch over here. We're going to give it a 1/2 inch over here. So since we already know this is set for that 1/2 inch, we're just going to go ahead and do that. And this one, we don't have to go all the way across the chassis. All right, so there's that. There's that. All right. Now this one is of course significantly smaller, and so what we're going to do on this one, I believe it's 3.5, and it's just under 3.5. It's more like 3.25. I'm going to say it's 3.25. So it's going in that direction by 3.25. So we'll go 3, and we'll just make it 6.25 on this side here. And we'll go here, and we'll go 6.25. There we go. All right. Oh, joys. Joy of joys. Yeah, I don't know what I got. It's not a cold, I can tell you that. I finally broke the streak, though. I have not been sick in probably 5 or 6 years. COVID, I got COVID a couple times. I think everybody got that at least once or twice. But I haven't had like the common cold or anything other than that in eons. So it's 3 1/8 in this dimension here. I'm going to be honest, I don't really miss it. So 3 1/8, huh? So we're gonna go, that's pretty good, 1, 2, 3 1/8. We're gonna go to here, we're gonna go 1, 2, 3 1/8. Ish. Again, this isn't drilling right here. This is just so we know where the transformer is going to exist. There we go. So now we know that the transformer is going to fit in that box there. So that helps us a lot, because now we can figure out roughly. Now let's kind of account for what the shield's going to be. I think I'm going to try to make it, so I'm going to get an 8-inch strip of steel, which is kind of scary if you think about it, because an 8-inch strip of steel is the same width as this chassis is deep. So I am going to have to cut it down a little bit on the wings. I'm going to fold it up into an L, and then I'm going to put, I think I'm going to do 3/4 inch curtains on it, or returns, I guess is as they call them. Which is unfortunate, because that means that 3/4 of an inch is now going to be eaten up this direction at least, plus our kerf, I guess not kerf, whatever you want to call it, bend. So I might as well add an inch to it. So objectively, you want it pretty close. It will be wider than this is, so I can stick it in a little bit, so it kind of, little wings kind of slip around into it like that. You don't want to completely encapsulate it, but I need to give it some sort of dimension, so I'm just going to go ahead and give myself a safe 3/4 of an inch here as a no-go zone, right? So we'll go 3/4 there, and we'll go 3/4 here. There we go. So that's my kind of no-go zone. We want to leave some sort of windage on either side of this thing. So you can see half the chassis is eaten up just by the power transformer, or at least a good third of it. So that guy will sit in there. Now we can kind of get an idea of where we want to put the holes for it. So I'm going to turn this upside down, and let's see what our hole spacing is. So it looks basically to be 3 1/2 in that dimension. And if I were to shoot up the middle, 4 inches the other dimension. So yeah, 4 by 3 1/2. So it's 3 1/2 inches wide by 4 inches in the long direction. So now we kind of get to have the joy of finding center on this thing. And I can't remember if we did round numbers or not. I think we did. It worked out, oh, that's right, it was like 4 3/8. So it was like some odd number. Yay. So we're going to split this in half. If it was 4 3/8, we're looking for 2 3/16. So we're going to go 1, 2, and 1, 2, 3/16. Well, I should probably have my glasses on. Daddy can't read. There are a lot of occupancies I hear. What? Oh, COVID 3 times. No, I haven't. So I haven't gotten the jab. Yeah. No, I'm not getting the jab. Never will. I'm glad I didn't. A friend of mine did, and he regrets it. I mean, obviously, it's just experimental, and now that we're finding out all kinds of the problems with it. So 1, 2, and 1, 2, 3/16 is right here. All right. So this is the center that way. Now we need to find the center in the other direction. I guess I can put this thing away over here. Probably won't need that one for a minute. All right. So this thing was, I can't remember what it was. It came out to a nice round half number. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 1/2. So we want 1, 2, 2 1/2 plus 1/4. So right here is the halfway mark on that side. And it looks close enough. So we're going to go 1, 2 1/2 plus 1/4 is right here on that side. And I'm just doing this for referencing here. It just gives me a center line to measure out from. So we're going to measure from the center out, obviously, to get our drill holes for the whatchamacallits. Alright, so there we are. Now we know what our centers are. So we had 3.5 width-wise to center, and then 4 inches depth-wise. Make sense? Alright, so if it's 3.5, that means we're looking for 1.5 plus 1/8. Alright, so 1.5 plus 1/8 is right here. And then we do the same thing going the other way. We go 1.5 plus 1/8. Make sense? Quick math. I don't know. I'm not good at math, so that should leave me with that left me with 1, 2, 3, and that's a 3 1/4, not 3.5. Did I work my math? Measure twice, cut once, damn it. Yeah, 3.5. Okay, so half of 3 is 1.5, right? 1.5, and then we got another 1/2 inch, which is 1/4. I said 1/8. That's where I went wrong. That's why we measure twice. Alright, so that's where I went wrong. So we're looking for 1.5 plus 1/4. 1.5 plus 1/4. That ought to solve my issues. Yeah, what do you know? Imagine that. Alright, so that's why we do this stuff twice. Alright, 1.5 plus 1/4. And then I'll probably get 1.5. Alright, so now we know where our outer edges are, and if I did this right, I'll go from 10 and I'll land on, yeah, that's pretty dang good. Alright, there's that. Now it's 4 inches in this other dimension here, so that one's pretty freaking easy. That one will be hard to mess up. That's 2 inches in either direction. So right here, and yep, right there. Same over here. And 4. Alright, and we know that we're going to end up with 2 land on 6. Yeah. Alright. So now what we can do is do some crissy-crossing stuff here. Should have got my other one. I need to get the smaller one out. But whatever. This is where we're at now. And line that up. Line that up. Same here. There we go. And then same here. The blue tape is nice because you can kind of see the reflections on the thing. So right there is our hole. Right here is our hole. Makes sense? Kind of see what we were doing there? And then we do the same thing over here. Alright. There's our hole there, and our hole there. Alright. We only got 2 more holes to figure out for this guy. So, there's our mounting holes right there. But we also need to figure out where we're going to put these guys. There's a little bit of leeway with this here. It's not the end of the world for where you create the hole on this. Some people will put them in line with the holes that they created for the thing there, and you can see the black paint starting to flake off of the wires here. Good old Hammond for the win in that regard. But as you can see, there's a little bit of wiggle room in here for where you can put it. I don't like it. I like it to come out naturally from wherever the hole is at. So I try to figure that out. And what we can kind of see here is that we're shooting for probably, it looks like 3.5 would work. So I'll kind of show you what I'm looking at there. 3.5 would work, but 3 1/4 is probably honestly the closest, but I think 3.5 is a nice good round number. So I'm going to go with a 3.5 inch spacing from the center out. So kind of the same number as we had before. So from our center out, and again, that's why we put that center line in there. Makes these things kind of a little bit easier. So we got 3.5, so we're going to go 1.5 plus 1/4. And then we're going to go 1.5 plus 1/4, right? So there are our holes for that. All right, so this is where our things will go for the wires to go through. One of them is going to have to be pretty big, so one of them will be bigger than the other, so you do have to be mindful. You have an option. You can either make both of them really, really big, so you just use the same size O-ring, or I can't remember what they call them, but you know, whatever those freaking bushings, or I can't remember what they call them, the little donuts. Whatever those things are called. You can either go with the same size for both, which I would honestly kind of recommend. It just, to me, it looks a little bit better. Chassis are a lot of work, yes. And mRNA is definitely not something to play with. I don't know. I'm not a freaking god. Yeah, another pure blood. Truth, truth, truth. Let's see here. Grommet. Yeah, grommet. I like that one. That works for me. So COVID for me was like not that incidental. Now I understand that there are some people that it was not good for. I get that. And just the level of trouble that we went through for it, and you know, based on other historical things, there was really no reason for us to act the way we did about it. But I don't know. The first time I got it, I lost my sense of smell. That's about all it was. I had a headache for a day, a fever for a couple hours. And after that broke, it was just I lost my sense of smell for a few weeks. The second time I got it, I had like 105 fever for like 2 or 3 hours. The wife teased the shit out of me. She thought it was freaking amazingly funny, and she was just poking on me and prodding me. I laugh. I get a kick out of it, to be honest. I don't know. When I hurt that bad, it's almost funny, but it was gnarly for like literally 5 or 6 hours. I was fine the next day. And then this one here, it's weird because I got like this little cough thing going on. But it's not that bad. And then yesterday I never had a fever this time, but just a headache. The headache is the thing that's killing me, but whatever. We'll get over it. All right, so now we're ready to mark out the other transformer. So let's get this thing out of our life here. And let's play with this guy. So this guy's a little bit different, obviously, because it's smaller. Makes sense. And let's see here. What do we got? If we go wide on this one, we can keep it at 2.5. And I'm okay with that. 2.5 in one dimension. Excuse me, goodness. And then it would basically be 2.5 in the other. We're going with 2.5, okay? So 2.5 by 2.5. Can't go wrong with that. And as I recall, I think we made this thing the same size both directions. And I think it was, yeah, what was it? It was 1, 2, 3, 3.25 that direction. And I think it was 3.25 the other direction, if I'm not mistaken. And we went 1/8 in the other direction. But let's just find the middle of this thing first, and then we'll go out from there. So we'll just keep it simple in that regard then, since I did do slightly different dimensions in each way. So let's see here. We've got 1, 2, 3.25, which means we want 1.5 plus 1/8. So this is the half here. And we got 1.5 plus 1/8. And for those of you who don't know how I'm coming up with those numbers that quick, the nice thing about the ye olde American system is if you have 3/8 of an inch and you want to split that in half, just double the second number. So 3/8 turns into 3/16. 3/16 is half of 3/8. If you have a half an inch, you go with a quarter of an inch, right? So 1/2, 1/4, right? You're just doubling up that second number. Make sense? I don't know. I'm not a mathematician, so I have to make things stupid easy for me to do. Otherwise, I fail big time. All right, so in this dimension here, it's 1, 2, 3, and 1/8. So that means we want plus a 16th on the half, right? So 1.5 plus a 16th. And that gets us the half in that dimension, right? So 1.5 plus a 16th. Because 1/8, Half of 1/8 is 1/16. All right, so now we got our, I'm gonna use this. All right, I don't feel like busting that thing out. I'm being lazy. Rightfully so. All right, there's that dimension. It's already hard enough to think, dang it. There's that dimension. All right, so now we have our halfway point lines. So let's go. We said, I think we decided on 2.5, and I better double check, because if I don't, I'm gonna regret life. 2.5, yeah. All right, so 2.5 by 2.5, right? Easy peasy. So we're gonna go 1 1/4 each direction. So 1 1/4. Yeah, 1 1/4. And make that a better quarter. Okay, 1 1/4. Come down here, do the same. 1 1/4. 1 1/4. And then we got to go the same on the other sides. So and then down here at the edge, I want it off the center line. And it's not the end of the world if you get these a little bit off, because you are going to make the hole a little bit bigger, so you will have a little bit of windage anyway. There's that one. There's that one. It doesn't look like it's very square, but we'll double check that here in a minute. I'm sure it is, though. I'm guessing it's probably my glasses playing a trick on me. Things look a little warped, but all right, so now we got one more set of holes to go for, and that's these ones underneath. And you can see here that these ones have a lot of wiggle room inside of there. So I can either put it so it's in line with this, or I can try to get it so it's sucked in just a little bit more. Being that this thing is going to sit very flat on the chassis, I don't want to have the grommet get smashed underneath this, so I'm going to err a little bit wide on this one. The other transformer there had a little more, of a gap, so even if the grommet was just inside of it a little bit, it would have been okay, because there's a lot of space in there to play with. So this one here, we don't have that luxury, so to keep from crushing the grommet, even though it doesn't look like it would be a problem, I don't want that part there to smash it, so we're going to err the holes out. So I guess we kind of need to come up with that number. I'm going to say 2 3/4. So we're going to go a little bit wider on this one in the outward direction, just to make sure that we don't crush that. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Kitty Cat. I hope you like my little kitty cat. So we're going to go with 2 3/4 out either direction. So that's 2 3/8, or 1 3/8 inch either direction. So let's go 1, and then 1, 2, darn it. Right. Hold still. Right there. And then we're going to go 1, and then 1, 2, and 3. Okay, so these are our other holes. All right, there we go. We're like halfway there now. So now what we have to kind of do is figure out where we want to put the tubes and stuff like that. So I got something to try with this, and I don't remember where I put the tools at. Did I put them in here? No. Shoot, I can't remember where I stuck the tools at, to be honest. I had them out at one point, readily available. But I was just going to show off the tool. That's all I wanted to do. Here they are. I'm going to try something a little bit different with this project. Historically, I have gone with things like this, like these unibits. These things work great, especially if you got like a drill press, which I happen to have a drill press, which is nice and all, but these things are not hyper accurate, and they move around a little bit, and you know, this, that, and the other. So I got myself one of these this time. And you can buy these in just about every size there is. So 1 3/16. And as I recall, oh yeah, I mean, you can't really tell from the top or the bottom here, but this thing is essentially the same exact size as I need for this guy. So that's 1 3/16. And then I believe this thing is like, yeah, 1 and just shy of 3/16. Perfect. So I'll have about a 32nd of an inch of windage on this. But my hope is that this guy here is going to create a much better, cleaner looking hole with less burrs. I'm going to get my friend to, I'm going to create something. This is my patented device that I'm coming up with. You know, I wanted to do the chassis hole punch. Here's my fear with the hole punch. Most of the ones that you get, unless you get the hydraulic ones, you still have to drill a hole, which, whatever, that's fine. But then you've got this, the die that has to press against the outside. So if you tweak on that thing at all, especially if you're using the manual ones, that's the part that scares me, is that I can mar the outer edge. So the ones that are hydraulic, that you can just kind of put in there and then squeeze it in, you know, pump it in, that I'm not so afraid of. But I want to try to touch the chassis as little as possible on the inside and on the top, which means using something like this or these unibits are probably the best way all the way around. So that's my only reason for that. So I'm hoping that this is going to work really well. Yeah, Mars only on the one side. Okay. That's my fear though. So I don't have a chassis open where you can see the inside right now, but I really try to make it so the inside stays as clean as the outside, especially the outside. The outside's the money side, so I try to do very little in terms of touching the inside. So that's what this guy's going to be for. We're going to give that a test and see, and hopefully that does the job for me, but only time will tell. So I got one that's sized appropriately for the preamp tubes. That's this one here. This one is 3/4 of an inch. And then of course this one is 1 3/16, which works perfectly for this. So I should have 32nd of an inch windage on every single one. And hopefully they just look beautiful when we're done. That's the plan. And I do have a drill press, so that really helps. But what I think I'm going to do is build like a template that goes on this. I think I'll make one out of acrylic or something like that, like the plexiglass. So that way what I can do is I'll take this and I'll get all the center holes drilled. So I'm not actually going to drill the actual size of the holes, just the center holes that we need. So I'm really kind of jumping ahead because we don't know where the holes for this thing are going to land. But at least now that we have this out, we know where we can and can't put any holes to mount that thing. So we know that pretty much everything this way is out of the question. It's really not going to be fun over here when I come to think of it. I need to put a safety ground on this thing. I'm probably going to have to mount the safety ground to the side of the chassis and use a countersunk screw or something. It's not ideal, but it's just kind of the way that it goes sometimes. I don't like large oversized chassis. Ooh, excuse me. Charge an extra $300 for the antiquing, right? The antiquing, right? Totally. So let's see if it was the glasses that was fucking with me. That's there. Yeah, it was the glasses that was messing with me. That's close enough. And then it should be about the same on this side if I'm not mistaken. And let's see, there and there. Yep, we're good. Square enough. Square. All right. So I need to be able to fit this guy in the back of the chassis here. So that's the idea, is to try to fit this guy in the back of the chassis, if possible. And you can see I've got not only depth to deal with, I've also got some height. So when you're playing with this guy in the back here, you got to be thinking in terms of how high up can I put it or how low down can I get it. Getting it low down, probably not such a big problem. I use 3/4 inch standoffs for all of my stuff. Now on the back side, I'm going to be using these guys, which really scares me because I know that I do have some stuff that I want to try to get in that direction. But you need to, you know. Wait a minute, what are we... I need to do a lot of dang things. Like have a sip of my Ready Bowl. So this guy here, I don't know where I'm going to put it. I think I'm going to try to err to the top, or technically the bottom here. So that way when we flip this thing over, it'll be like really close up to the edge of the chassis, but that'll keep it pretty grounded. The other thing is since I'm using 3/4 inch standoffs in there, it just gives me good odds that the turret board itself, or these guys here themselves, will land somewhere in there where this will fit above it. So if there is a little bit of overlap, all I got to do is remove a couple of these turrets and it'll fit nicely. I purposely, I don't know if you caught it the other day when we were looking at the layout that I did, but I purposely left a section in the center there wide open on the turret board, so that way if I did need to fit that in between there, just removing a few of the turrets would let me, do what I need to do. Make sense? That's the idea. So, but on the back side of this thing, sorry, I put it back too soon. We want to make sure that we got enough space that these guys aren't sitting right on top of it either. So we're probably shooting for something like that, which is going to tighten things up quite a bit. Because then we still got to fit this guy and two of these in there. So I don't mind something like that being right next to it, but we'll have a couple of those and then we'll have this. But we also want to make sure we're not going to pull an Andy here. We're also going to make sure that we can pull the pots out. And if I'm not mistaken, let me get one of the pots out. One of my pots is going to be a dual gang. So you can see here, that would be quite difficult to get out. A normal pot, not so bad, but getting that one out is going to be a problem, which means we got to err that way. But then where are we going to stick all of the little baby ones, right? Where are we going to put all the AX7s and stuff like that? So that's why we're doing all this crap now, because we need to know for sure where we can fit all this crap. So what I can already say is that we're going to have to overlay. So we're going to have to try to play God to the degree where when this guy is sitting in here, it's sitting in there about like so, right? Which means that this will have to go, on top of it a little bit. You get what I'm saying? So there is going to be a little bit of overlap. So that's not going to be as much fun. So what we're going to try to do is make it so that way this and this will overlap a little bit, but they'll clear each other inside of the chassis in this dimension here. Does that make sense? Because what we want to try to do is get everything that way. So that way we have enough space for this guy to fit here, these guys to go along there, and this guy to come out. And I only need that much space to get this thing to come out. So I can probably get away with something like that to fit, the one or two of those that I'm using. Which means that this will end up like right there. This will end up like right there. This will end up in there somewhere. And then we'll have another one of these that goes like that. So you can see it's going to be pretty tight, and this is going to sit in there like that, right? Whew. But look at how short those wire runs are going to be. It's going to be very, very short. The Metro Loop, yes, Zaptej, that is the Metro Loop. Except for this one's not made by Metro. This one is the Granger version. And I like the Granger version because it's got the adjustable send and return. Everything else about it's basically the same. And then I've got the defeat switch. I wanted the defeat switch so you can turn the loop on and off. I didn't set it up to be remote, so it'll be done off the back. But yeah, Granger, rock on. Aside from the fact that this is probably the LM150s for the transistors, this is basically the standard for most all of those units that you get. Anything that's an LM150 is going to be the Metro Granger, or is it Metropolis? Is that the Metro one? They're all the same. There's another company out there now that's doing it. They have like the purple colored things. It's just the only thing that really differs between them is how you can get them. It will. Hold on, we'll see that. How the whether you can have remote mounted or solidly mounted send and return jacks. They have bypass, so that switch that I had, I opted to have it on the board itself, but you can do a remote bypass. And then the other option that not all of them have is adjustable send and returns. And if I'm not mistaken, I think this is the version that they have out there that's kind of like they set it already to some sort of value. You can see this pot's there, and this one's kind of pointing down a little bit. So this is a send, that's a return, right? No, yeah, no, I had it right. Return, return, send. So in either case, my understanding is that you can't churn one of these all the way down or all the way up or something like that. It does something that can burn up the transistor. I hope that's not the case, because those things are not exactly cheap. Considering what they are, I mean, to me, that's something that should be able to be probably made for, I don't know, 15, 20 bucks. I imagine. Maybe it costs more just because it's, markup and all that jazz. But, when you got 60 bucks worth of part there, and you have to wait for it a couple weeks to get it here, things like that kind of bug me a little bit. But I feel like that is more of a $35 part, but that's not where we're at. Anyway, so we got this guy, so we know that we need to leave a little bit of space on the front edge here, and this thing is what, 1.5 inches? I'm going to say that I can probably get away with going with 1.25 inches before I can't get this thing in or out. I'll see if I can get away with 1.5 inches though. So that being the case, what we're going to do is mark off the front edge of our thing here 1.5 inches. And keep in mind there is still metal inside of there, so I'm just trying to keep as much as I can, but 1.5 inches. So we're going to say that's where the board is more than likely going to end up at. So here, all right, thereabouts, which means we need these guys to go like right freaking there. And then this guy, like literally will sit right on top of it and circumvent this guy, which will land like right in there. Cool? Makes sense? So where does that leave us in terms of space? So over here, it's looking like it's about 2 inches in. That looks about right. And then it's looking like 3.5 into that guy. So if it's 3.5 and 2, I think we can make that work. So I'm just trying to get a rough idea of where all the things will be. So 2 and 3.5. That's what we're shooting for right now. So let's go ahead and do that. So 2 inches and 2 inches. I should have just done the other one while I was there. So 3.5 and 3.5. All right. I'm just going to use this as a straight edge, because why not? And yes, I am going to have 5. I know you're looking at me going, Luke, I don't see 5 preamp tubes. There will be 5 preamp tubes. If you were here a little bit earlier, you would have seen where that was going to go, but I'll show you here in just a second. All right. That'll go there, and these will go there. And then I'm going to have one of these guys over there. Make sense? So I'll have something like this. Those will kind of land in the centers there, and then this one will land over here somewhere. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and D. Coup? That makes sense? Hope that makes sense. Friedman and head first might have effects loops like that. They do, and in fact they do. But they're just using the same ones that we can purchase. So the one that Friedman is using, I think, is the Metro, the Metro loop, the one that comes from Metro, or whatnot. Maybe Granger. Head first, and Friedman. I don't understand. There's a friendship between the two. I'm not exactly sure how or why that exists, and here's why. The reason I don't understand it is because they both make the same damn amps. I mean, Head First is essentially Friedman with a guy that actually is kind of cool and nice, and I think more deserving of his, fame, I guess, if you will. That is just a personal opinion, just based on the character traits that I know of the two. If I were going to pick a Friedman, or if I had to pick between a Friedman and a Head First, I'd go with Head First, because I like the guy more. No more, no less. That's all. So, I think this will work. So now we want to try to center our space up here with these guys here. So what are we working with in that regard? It looks like we've got, so if I start at 2, basically 9.5 inches of free space there. What does it actually work out to? Yeah, 5/8. So what was that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 5/8. So we have 7 and 5/8 inches of space right here. So do the math on that. I don't know what half of that is. So 7 and 5/8 would be fudge math. It's 3.5 plus 5/16. So 3.5 plus 5/16. That gets us our center of that space there. So 1, 2, 3.5 plus 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That should be the center there. So let's just make sure I'm not freaking cray. I'm pretty cray generally. That didn't add up. That didn't math very well there, but whatever. So that's like 3 3/4. No, that did math out right, actually. Yeah, that did. I'll be danged. So you can't really see it, but it came out to just a 1/16 of an inch over 3/4 of an inch, right? In both dimensions. I'm not going to try to freaking do the math on that. It's 3/4 plus a 1/16, but it did math out right. That's basically our center right there. I'm not thinking anymore. I'm progressively getting worse as we go on right now, so gotta go. Okay, Dustin, take care, my man. Have a wonderful wonderful day. Thank you for coming in. I appreciate you. Okay, so how do we want to do this? We've only got 2 of these things, and we want to leave at least 4 inches center to center on these guys. Just FYI, power tubes, especially of these larger bottle versions. You could stick KT88s in here if you wanted to. This amp is stout enough it can manage that. It would actually even bias out properly too. And I think the the output transformer would deal with it. I'm basically more or less building my KT88 amp. I'm just dumbing it down to EL34s, that's all. So I'm going to go like that, and you got options. We could go in that dimension, or we can go like this, but since we're going to have these guys so close, but they will be mounted in that orientation, you can see we don't want them, although that probably wouldn't hurt. So they're not going this direction, they're going that way. But you can kind of see how it gets a little bit tight, but objectively they'd end up kind of like that. All right, so we'll have 4 of these guys over here, however that works out, and these guys like that would kind of fit in those 2 little zones there. And that should leave me with about 4 inches of space. And it's actually a little bit more than that. It's more like 3 inches center to center. So wait, 1, 1, 2, 3. So we need 4 inches center to center. So these need to actually come out a little bit. So we can still make it work, right? Ended up something more like that, I guess. I don't know. We'll make it work. But we need 4 inches center to center. So if that's our center, we need 2 inches either direction. That's all. With EL84s, you can get them a little bit closer on center. I think most amps with EL84s, I'm just saying as an example, it's different for different tube types, but 1.5 inches, I think you can generally get away with on centers. It's just different for different amps, that's all. So there's our 2 inches that direction, and 2 inches that direction. Did I get that right? I did. Okay. So there's our center mark that way. There's our center mark that way. There we go. All right, so this is where our things will go, and I kind of want them to be in that orientation there. And when I say that, I mean that because the pin, so it makes the tube face a certain direction. Not that it matters, I guess, but I have to. So pins 2 and 7 are the ones that are the heaters on these, right? So I don't want pins 2 and 7 going in this orientation, right? I want pins 2 and 7 going in that orientation. And that's pin 2 there, and that's pin 7, right? So if those two are across from each other like this, they're now going in that direction. So I don't want to lay this like that. I want this to be laid like that when it goes in there. So we are going to make the holes go like that. So these will go in that orientation, more or less. So now we got to split this thing up into fourths here. And you can kind of just see how that'll kind of work out. Now these will be going in this orientation here. And it just isn't going to be one of those things where we can properly, you see what I mean? We're going to end up with a larger gap there if we try to make it. So it's going to be a little off in that regard. These won't quite center up on these guys. That's just how it is, but I'm not going to cheat them in to make that possible. And I don't want these things to be too close to the transformers, so I'm going to try to err in as much as I can. So we kind of got to come up with an idea of where those centers are going to land, and I think it just might be easier to kind of find some round number, and it's kind of looking right now like 1 inch might be kind of where it works out. So that's 1 inch. That makes that 2 inches center to center, 2 inches center to center, and 2 inches center to center. And that doesn't leave us with an inch on the other end there. So we might have to fudge these that way. But we got to come up with some number that's going to give us some even spacing, which probably isn't going to work considering we have some odd, we don't have a round number, right? So it's not going to be 1 inch or, you know, 3/4 of an inch spacing. Is going to end up being something else. So what did we end up having again? What was it? It was something in 5/16 or something like that. 5/8 is what it was. So that's unfortunate. Yeah, 7 5/8 is what it was. All right, well, let's kind of do some extrapolation here. There's our center there. So realistically, it doesn't matter. If we pick some odd number to go from the center out, it's just going to be out by that amount. We just want to make sure that it's going to fit in between the two edges and land the same. So that's how we're going to do it. Makes sense? So I've got 4 of these things. So I just need to make 4 numbers that kind of work it out. So how do I want to do this? I kind of want to leave as much space away from the transformers as I can. So I'm going to cut it close. What is the closest practical value I can get these things? It's about like yay. So it works out to 1.5 inches on centers, roughly. Okay, so it's 1.5 inches on centers. We want to go 1/4 plus 1 inch. That is incorrect. It's 1/4 plus 1/2 inch. So that's 3/4 of an inch. And then 3/4 of an inch that way. All right. Sorry, I'm thinking right now, and we already kind of ascertained that Luke's not into thinking. All right, does that make sense? So if we do that, what do we get? That's pretty close. I think we can get away with that. This is probably not going to be hardcore at the moment. If I go back to the layout that I had, I'm going to do something off the side here. I apologize. I just kind of want to make sure I'm not freaking crazy. Oh, that's right. We got to open it up in the stupid whatchamacallit. There you are. I'm doing things over here. Never mind me. You're going to come over here, and we're going to go File, Recent. Yes, 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 we know. It's all good. As I recall, and let me double check on my project settings here. I did set for 375 on that. We're going to go to 0.5 inch. And we're going to hit OK. And that works out to about what I thought it was. So that would be 1/2 inch. That would be 1/2 inch. That's one. Yeah, about 1.5 inches is what I had factored in on centers. So that is exactly what we got there. I think we shot it in, yeah, 1.5 inches. Okay, that ought to work. Happy accidents, right? Happy accidents. We're Bob Rossing it over here. Let me bring up my other stuff here. All right, there, now I can see your things. You can turn the power tubes with the preamp. I thought about that, but so for me, it's about how the heater wires lay. So on here, you can see this is pin 9 there, and then pins 4 and 5 are these two right here next to my ugly ass finger. I want these guys where the heater wires can run literally right down the row there, which is why it's important that this one here has the pins for 2 and 7, which are the heaters of the EL34s, to be in line in that direction as well. So if I have these this way, they're in line that direction, and if I have them this way, they're in line that direction. So what I'm planning to do for the heaters, again, so we're trying to play 4D chess over here. We're trying to think, 10 moves into the future, what it's going to do to us. So if those things are right there, right, the heaters are going to come from over here, and they're going to feed off of this side here and go there. And I think what I'm going to do is U around. So it'll continue on that way like it normally needs to for the heaters for the power tubes, but then I'll shoot back around this way and head that direction for this other set here. I don't want to go out this way and then down that way because I still got a power tube that's over here. All right, so we'll go in this way, feed both of those, but one of them will come back up here and then shoot down the rest of the way, and it will come out the remainder of the way through the chassis, and it kind of conveniently lines up really well with where the wires will be coming through. So it'll just boop, come over to the edge of the chassis and then shoot in, and then this one here will be the same. It'll be kind of pointed in that general vicinity. So they'll all be facing the same direction. So that's what we're... And you can rotate them a bit too, actually. So if you want these things to kind of land a little more perpendicularly, because you're basically trying to split 4 and 5 so that 9 goes down the middle of them. So they would be kind of angled like that. And I have done that on one of my builds before. It's just a pain in the butt, because then you got to sit there and drill out the hole and then rotate these things the exact number of degrees that you want, and then make sure that all those holes end up like that. It looks cool as all hell because you kind of get that chevron looking thing kind of going, right? If you can kind of imagine that. It looks cool like that, but it's kind of a pain in the ass to work out the drill guide for it. And we're talking about, I think it's literally 3 degrees worth of a churn or something like that, maybe 5 degrees, to just split the line on either side. just so you can run the wires a little bit straighter. I have found that it really doesn't make that much of a difference if I go this way, because pins 5 and pins 9 are already lined up anyway. So since the things are going to go shooting up the middle, the heater wires, it's non-incidental. So we're going to roll with that 1.5 inch. So I'm going to double check and make sure I got that mathing right. So we wanted 3/4 one direction, 3/4 the other. Perfect, cool. And then we're just going to make it simple, and we're going to go 1.5 inch. Did I do that? Is that actually 1.5 inch? Is that what it is? Yeah, 1.5 inch. This one's a little on the tight side, but it's 1.5 inch enough for me. So, and then we only got to do this 2 more times. So 1.5. There's that one. And we're already on the half on that one. So we'll go half and then 1. So you can kind of now see we left quite a bit of space away from the transformers. I think that's ideal. These guys will go kind of like so. I'm not going to bother actually. Something like that, yeah. This will be a little tight. I'm not going to say it's ideal, but it will work. Preamp tubes are not as persnickety. I've seen it in cases, in some instances where they literally just use the same hole. Like literally they put them that damn close together. I'm not into that. There are some Fenders and some other boutique builds that kind of do that. So this one here, we want to try to figure out where that's going to go. So we need another part to kind of help us make sure that we're not going to have any ingress on things. So if our input's going here, historically I put my things 1.5 inches in from either edge. And it's just to make sure that I got plenty of space on the side of the chassis. So 1.5 inches places us right there. I don't know that I want to have that like literally right there, but it's probably not a bad idea, considering this thing here is probably going to have to get eked over that direction as much as we can. But you can kind of get an idea of what's going on here. Those will be floating over the top. So keep in mind this has 3/4 inch standoffs, and these things are not 3/4 of an inch. They are what, 5/8 of an inch tall, right? So there's a little over what, 5/8 and 3/4. So this is what, 1/4 of an inch difference in height. So these things can go over the top of them, but they're just gonna kind of float over it, right? Let's see if I can hold it so you can actually see what's going on, right? So they'll just kind of float over the top of it if they do have to overlap. But that just means I want to get them as tight as I can, right? So even if I do have something like that going on where, you know, it's that tight, you can see here what I'm trying to do is get as much of this direction as I can, because right there, this is that plate that's going underneath the power transformer. And that plate is going to probably be out to at least here, I'm guessing. I got a power switch. Excuse me. It's a real show now, though. It is a real show now. Let's see, where's the other part that I want? Did I not get those? I know I got those. There they are. All right. So this is our pilot lamp, or jewel, if you want to call it that. And then this is our power switch. Right? So again, we want to make sure that we're not going to ingress on that, which looks like we're going to be okay. So if I go 1.5 inches in, oh, I nailed it on that one. So you can kind of see here, I've got this amount of space in here to work with. And then you already saw the pot, which I sat down somewhere right here. I just need to make sure that I can get the pot in if this is in there. And as you can tell, it's going to be very, very tight. Now, here's another thing that I do. Sorry, I'm starting to stack parts now. And we haven't gotten to the front side of things yet, but... So, inside of my chassis, or I shouldn't say inside of my chassis, I should say that I put an edge around. on my thing. So I generally or historically have gone with 1/4 inch edging all the way around. So I have a 1/4 inch lip or a 1/4 inch, whatever you want to call it, that goes along the face to cover the seam on the front and up the sides. So that means whatever my center line is here, I actually end up moving everything up that 1/4 inch. Does that make sense? I hope that makes sense. So with that, what I mean is, and here's it, fail. So again, thinking too much. I hate thinking. It hurts right now. It hurts. All right. So if our center line usually ends up at, this is a 2.5 inch chassis here. So 2.5, right? So 2.5 means we're going up 1 1/4 inches to center. Well, we're not going up to 1 1/4 inches to center. Now we're going to move it up 1/4 inch, so that way the actual viewable area is what's left over. So we end up with more like 1 3. Well, it's 2.5. It's actually more like 2 1/4 inches of viewable space, right? So if it historically would have been 1 1/4 inches on center, what we're actually going to end up doing is 1.5 inches to center. Does that make sense? So that kind of bones us a little bit, because that means all of these things are now that much closer to the top of the chassis. And keep in mind, I said we use 3/4 inch standoffs for everything. So with a 3/4 inch standoff, you can see anything, pretty much anything that gets installed is going to be within 1/4 inch of that. And that doesn't even factor in the thickness of this. So they almost always end up stacking over the top of each other. So things like this become important, because I cannot have this in here or this in there and fit this anywhere in that space without it interfering. So that's what we're trying to do, is make sure that we're going to have space for this no matter where all these other parts kind of go. So that's what we're trying to work out. So this being the biggest pot that I'm going to have, that's why I was saying it's important that you kind of leave as much space as you can. If this thing is 1.5 inches, I can probably get this thing to bend up enough once this, the shaft goes through the chassis, that I can eke it in and then it'll fit up there like this. So we'll end up with, a good 1/2 inch or more of space to get that to pull out far enough. See what I mean? See what I mean? And then these guys will just fit. I don't know if you can see it, but if that is the center line there, this thing will just fit over the top of it and give us the space that we need. So I think this is what we're going to run with for now. We are, hour 20 into this? That's not bad. I've probably gotten most everything done today that I intend to get done. But I guess what I'll do is I'll at least mark out the front here and kind of give you an idea of what's going on there, because there is some considerations to make for this side of things as well. So I'm looking for this, and we're looking for 1.5 inches. And there's that 1.5 inches. So I'm going to take this guy and just draw a line out here. I think that's good there, yeah? Yep. There you have it. There's our center line for this side of the amp there. And then historically, I've gone in 1.5 inches either direction. Now, where this gets a little tricky is that these chassis are not always exactly 100% square or accurate. This one is spot on at 17 inches. So it's a 17-inch wide chassis by 2.5 by 8 inches deep. So if I go 1.5 inches in, and 1.5 inches, I don't know why I picked that number. It's just a nice round number. So there's where one hole will be. It just works. I don't know. What I'll probably end up doing first, before I actually drill any holes on this, is create like a faceplate template, so that way I can drill it. Because what I'm going to do is we'll laser out the faceplate later on for this, and we want the faceplate and the actual holes I drilled to be in the same spot. So we don't want to, hodgepodge it. most of my amps don't have a whole hell of a lot of knobs, so I can keep 1.5" spacing all the way around. I don't know that I'm going to be able to do that on this one, mainly because I'm getting the feeling I'm going to have to add an extra knob in here, and we're going to see real quick why that becomes a problem. So that's where the pilot lamp would go, and then 1.5" away from that is where this guy would go. So you can see we've already eaten up 3 inches of space on this one side of the board, and we haven't even gotten to any of the kibbles and bits. And let me just confirm I'm not nuts. Yeah, no, 1.5" is what I typically end up going with. All right, so there's that. Here's this. That leaves us with, let's see here, 12.5 inches of free space. I still need to have some sort of space for like a logo or a name. Speaking of which, there's 9 of you currently. 82 of you have at least popped in here at some point or another. If you're of this channel, a fan of this channel, or are in the competition to win this, competition is a bad word. It's not a competition, but if you're in the running for this amplifier, this is a giveaway. Keep that in mind. We are giving this away. But we need to come up with a name for it. So right now I've been calling it the Dumb Watt because it's kind of a cross between a Dumble and a High Watt. It's got nothing in comparison to either of those two. It's just the closest in topology that they kind of align with. And the only reason I say that, if you didn't catch it in the last episode, is that a Dumble uses 4 stages of gain. 5 if you include the FET. We're not doing the FET thing, but and then the way that Dumble does it is they have the FET that you can defeat or not, and then you got tube 1, tube 2, tube 3, tube 4, and then it goes into the phase inverter, right? All that jazz. Well, and I shouldn't say tube 1, 2, it's triode 1, 2, 3, 4. I don't know that I'm going to go with a bigger chassis, not for this build. I don't like those 22-inch wide ones, like the JCM or Marshall style ones. I hate that oversized. I'm not a fan of the oversized thing. So probably not. I kind of like the whole 17-inch thing. We'll see how this one plays out. If this amp doesn't go as good as I hope, or it turns out to be like really, really tight, then yeah, I'll switch into like a 10-inch deep, you know, a more of an actual high watt style size. I think high watts are like 19 inches by, I think it's 10 inches. So it's another 2 inches deeper and another 2 inches wider than this particular thing here. Kind of the downer is, as soon as you start to breach the this dimension right here, these chassis start like getting more and more expensive really, really quick. This is already a $100 chassis, and you know, I had some extra work done for it. I did have the gentleman put in the IEC socket for me, and I did have him put the feet ferrules, or whatever you want to call them, the nut certs. So there's that. So I mean, that's an extra $10 in labor right there, but that's why I have him do those 2 things, because then I don't have to do it, because I can't do it for $10. The part to swedge that is like I think the low end I've seen is $300. On the high end I've seen as much as $600 just to put a rectangular freaking hole with rounded corners in it that is appropriate or correct for an IEC connection. I don't have them yet. They will be here next week. This will be World's Mains voltage selectable. So it will have a selection for 120 and 230, or whatever the hell it is. So aside from just having the IEC, there'll be a selector switch for the voltage and of course the fuse. So there's still a lot to fit in the back here too. We will have the impedance selector probably in here. We'll have 2 speaker jacks that'll kind of fit in there. We'll have all the power stuff try to fit within that 30, that 1/3 area of the chassis. Unfortunately, I can't fit anything here, but the other 2 parts will fit here. And then we got to fit the effects loop somewhere in there. It's looking like it's going to go right there. So that's why we kind of do these things in the order that we do, is to try to make sure that we're not going to run into any kind of silly little, problems later on. But let's kind of start working out our spacing on the front for these knobs here. So these knobs, I like using the full size ones, and they're about an inch wide. So you can't go any less than an inch on centers. Historically, I go with an 1.5 inches. So as you can see, if we got the input there, and we're going to kind of try to do some soft lines here because I get the feeling we're going to end up deleting most of them. But so 1.5 inches. Hold still, you pile. 1.5 inches. That means we would go with 3 inches, 4.5, 6 inches, 7.5, 9 inches, and then 10.5, and 12 inches, right? And then we end up actually with an odd number left over at the end here. So it works out to like 2 inches or something like that. We don't end up with an 1.5 inches. Obviously 2 inches is not enough space to put a logo or a name for the amp. So where I was getting at before I answered that other question is that we need to come up with a name for this thing. Dumb watt's not going to work. I was telling you that it's kind of Dumble inspired front end. We were saying that there's 4 triodes that they use in a Dumble, and the only thing that's I find to be really a magic trick for the Dumble amps or the Dumble topology is that he basically has a volume control for each triode. You don't notice it because one of them is built inside of the amp and covered in goop, but he's got the standard gain knob, just like everybody else uses, so it's just the gain, but it's post tone stack. So he uses a tone stack very early in the circuit. So the next triode's more or less just a makeup gain stage. It doesn't really break up all that much. So there's really only 3 triodes left to do any kind of distortion with. And then you go into the next one, and I think that's where he puts his trimmer pot that I was talking about, and it's just another gain control that lives in between the next gain stages. That one is fixed in place, and then he's got what he calls the ratio knob, and it's just another gain pot that is in between the last 2 gain stages in order for you to kind of do the ratio. It might be flippy floppy, I can't remember if it's the ratio first and then this other trim pot. Whatever that is, that's more or less what we're doing in this one. That's what this guy is for here. So if you're looking at these 4 things here, this would be the input 2, which is actually over here, but it goes into the next gain stage with the standard volume knob, and then this guy here will circumvent that tube, or that set of triode stages, right? So it's got one going in, and then the one that drives this other one. I'm doing both jobs in one pot. That's all. That's the idea behind it. So more or less, the way I'm doing this design is that I will have some sort of a gain control in between every single gain stage. I don't think anybody else has ever done that before. Maybe they have, and they just name it in such a way that you don't really realize that it's happening. That's what's happening in this amp. There's literally going to be a gain control of some sort, or volume control, after every single gain stage, because there's still a master volume in here too. It's a pre-phase master volume though, so it's after that final stage. Literally a volume control after every single stage. That's how I'm going to do it. Will it work? We're going to find out. We don't know for sure yet. It's just an idea in my head. It's one I've been kicking around for a long time now. I wanted to do basically this project probably 2 or 3 years ago. Just, you know, you got to do other things sometimes. All right, back to where we were. So with our 1.5 inch spacing though, which you can kind of see there now, if you focus, you fac. All right, there you go. You can see them now. If this is our base pot, because I call it low cut, but that's our low cut volume. This will be our, this pot here. This will be the one that circumvents the 2 gain stages. So we'll call this volume 2. Then this would be our treble pot. This would be our master volume. And this one would be our presence control. And then that extra one there, I mean, ideally, we don't want to use that extra one. So that leaves us with that amount of space there to put the name of the amp, or, you know, something to indicate what this amp is. I'm going to try not to have to use that. But you'll notice that I did not say middle control. So right now, I don't have a mid pot in here. If I don't have a mid pot in here, I might be able to get away with it. Historically, I haven't needed a mid pot and haven't felt the need for one. I could either build a fixed circuit. So basically you flip a switch and it sets a standard, mid-cut value, right? A little dip in there. Or I can put it on a pot. If I put it on a pot, I don't like that area that we got there. So that means I probably need to tighten these up a little bit. Because if I put one in, I would like it to kind of land like maybe here, if I can. So we can have a little bit more space to put the name of the amp or a logo or something like that. So it's not the end of the world either way. If I use a mid pot or not, but I just want to have as much space over here as I can get. That's all. I'm just kind of walking you through how I try to figure this stuff out. So when you're building or designing your own amp, you kind of have an idea too. This is literally the crap that goes through our brains as we try to figure this out. So I go 1.5 inches from the edge. I still want to maintain at least that because again, we're going to have a 1/4 inch over there. So it's not an actual 1.5 inches of clearance. But instead of going with 1.5 inches, I'm going to go with 1.25 inches. And that will leave us with about 1/8 of an inch between those pots on centers there. So let's just get this to a nice round number to make it a little bit easier on my brain. So 1.25 inches, and then we're going to go 1.25 inches, and then we're going to go 1.25 inches, and then we're going to go 1.25 inches, etc., etc. I'm not going to say that every time. I apologize. But you know. And then I think we only got to do one more here to appease everything. So maybe. So we'd have, man, that's going to be tight. I don't usually like doing them that close. And you can kind of see why here. So if that's kind of the center on that one there, let me grab one more pot here. That would be where the next pot kind of lands, is like right there. Something like that. So they're a little bit closer together than I'd like. Now the knobs are only 3/4 of an inch wide. So the knobs are not really too much of a problem. It's just, you can imagine, hold on. No better way to get an idea than to actually see it, right? Hold on. And I am going to use these cupcake knobs. I really like these knobs. They're just my favorite. All right, that makes sense. So roughly in there. So they'll end up a little bit closer together. Like you can get your fingers around them. I got pretty fat fingers, so I don't know. That'll work. But in either case, moving on. So we'll have low cut, volume, we'll call it ratio, treble, master volume. Ooh, this might work out pretty well. Master volume, maybe middle, or master volume and presence. So that leaves that amount of area there in the middle, and I think that gives us like a solid like 3 inches or more. A little over 3.5 inches. It works out to about 3 3/4 inches. That is quite nice if that is the case. Because right now, if I don't go with a mid pot, that means none of our pots will breach this portion of our amp right here, which would probably be a good thing. So you can kind of see there, this would be the last pot, even if I did go with the middle. So if I did get rid of the middle pot, we'd have, all that area there for a name or something, and it would never breach this portion of the amp. Right now, we're going to consider this the no-go zone, okay? That's what we're trying to do, is consider this the no-go zone. So I think what we're going to do is run with that. All right, so let me kind of mark that up a little bit better there. So start thinking of a name and put it in the hat. Now, Team YDNA did change his channel name to Get Great Tone or something like that, or Grant Us Great Tone. So it automatically updated on all of the links that I've put to his channel there. You still need to be obviously subscribed to both this channel and that channel, Grant Us Great Tone, and or Team A-Tech. We'll accept either one of the three, but you do need to be subscribed to all those if you do want to win this. But if you have an idea for the name of this amp, Cowboy Desperado, right? please do put it down in the comment section, either here or on any of the videos that John promotes of this project. I did give him free reign to borrow, steal, and or repost any of my content on his channel as well. So if you see anything there related to this, just know that it's kind of going to bounce between all three of those different channels. Just as a heads up, right? So we're trying to make this as easy as we possibly can for people to get in and play the game. Now, I know that there is a little bit of controversy. I said that wrong on purpose, but there is has been a little bit of controversy, but just it'll all work out. Don't worry. Just do what you got to do. Get in the game. That's the big thing, is get in the game. And all the little things like that will work out. Trust you me, it will all work out. I'm just saying it will. Sorry, I'm over here cleaning stuff up. Okay, there's that. I guess I got enough energy in me. I think I can do the back as well. I got a little bit of energy left. My nose is starting to get pissy with me right now. And yeah. So now on the back, you'll kind of probably already have noticed. Where is that guy right now? You're probably noticing that it's a little bit below center line, huh? Well, that's because we do the same on the back, except for I do it in the opposite direction. So if this is the bottom of the amp here, I put the mirror on the back of the amp, and that mirror overlaps the back of the amp by about 1/4 of an inch. Hey, AC in the house, right? So the back side of the chassis has the plate that the mirror goes in, and it overlaps the back of the chassis by about 1/4 of an inch. So that means we also then need to move everything else down that way 1/4 of an inch. That makes sense? So now our center line is 1.5 inches down, the opposite direction of the top. All right. So I'm going to put a line there, and I'm going to put a line here, and then we're going to draw our center line and get this over with. And I think that'll work right there. Yes. There we go. All right, there's our center line there. And I think we can confirm that it's square if I do something like this. That is like right on the line. Ah, see that? So there we got a little bit of air, and over here. So it's some way, see, that's why I don't like doing it with this here, because you got a little bit of that wiggle room. And this thing here is, I mean, maybe a 32nd of an inch off, but if you look over here, I'm a 32nd off. I duffed it big time. So I'm just going to start all over again. I don't like it. So measure twice, cut once. Don't do what I just did and somehow manage to screw up the easiest thing ever. I don't know how I biffed that one, but I did. So whatever. So AC and I are going to get together here in the next couple weeks, and we are going to hang out with each other for probably at least a few hours. He's going to check out the Cerberus, which he'll get to keep, and then I'm going to bring probably at least 3 or 4 other amps of designs of mine so he can check them out. He'll be one of the few and the proud. So AC, you'll probably be one of only about 5 people that have actually ever gotten to play my amps. A little bit more than 5 people, but you'll be the few and the proud. So I have a gentleman up the block. He's my flogger. So he takes all of my amps and he just flogs the ever-living shit out of them. His job is to break the damn things. None of them ever broken, but so he's got one right now. He's actually got 3 right now. He's got one that is the 18 watt, which I built for him. So that one's a purchased amp. And then he's got 2 others right now that are in their prototyping stage. What I'll probably do is get those ones back from him. So I'll have the 30 watt, I'll have the Atlas, and I'll have the other one that's more or less like an AC 50-ish at the moment. And I'll bring an 18 watt with me. So you'll have the 18 watt, the 30 watt, another 50 watt, that's the other unnamed one, and then the Atlas, which is more like a 20 watter. So you'll have those 4, and then I might bring the SLS, the sweet little sister. That one's my combo amp, just so you can kind of see what my little 5 watt design does. But that one's in a combo amp already, so we'll see. And then I'll bring a couple speaker cabs, maybe. So sweet. So yeah, we're gonna have ourselves a hell of an amp day. So you'll get to check those out, and we'll do what we can. All right. So let's see if we can actually do this correctly, and not fudge it up like I did the last time. So basically, we're shooting for 1 inch off the bottom here, which is probably the way I should have done it the first time, instead of trying to pull the crap that I was. And now you can kind of see why I did that, because now I got to try to get this thing to get the fuck out of there. Here, maybe this will work. Really? There we are. Ha! I got a toothpick sitting over here. How convenient. All right, 1 inch. And thank you again, everybody, for coming in on your Sunday. I'm sure you've got better things to do on a Sunday, like go to church and stuff like that. I needed to stay productive, and this is just the opportunity I was going to take to do what we're working on right now. So, all right, and then of course I fudge it right at the end. It's always that last little thing that you do, right? You freaking go off off the reservation. All right. Well, we already know which one's the real one. So now let's see if we got this more appropriate. Oh, I'll be danged. Oh, but danged. Yeah, imagine that. So now you can kind of see the challenge of measuring off of things that have a corner, and then also have, a thickness of material, because I was also trying to measure through the material of the tape and that plastic film that was on there. So if you can, measure from a raw edge or a known quality edge. All right, so the backside's a little more challenging, for no other reason than, excuse me, why is it more challenging? The words. There's some other things going on this thing here, more so than meets the eye, and I want that. All right, so on the back here, we're going to have this guy, and this guy's our impedance selector. So I'm going to get that guy out. So that guy, again, 1.5 inches. I think that's what I'm shooting for from the edge. So 1.5 inches is right there. Oh, man, down. Fail. All right, well, anyway. So 1.5 inches in, and then we're going to have 2 speaker jacks. Count them, 1, 2. I don't know that I want to go with 1.5 inch spacing on that, but historically that's what I have done, so that's what I'm going to continue to do. So 1.5 inches puts us at 3. Ooh, we're not going to be able to do that. That's going to be a little odd. Although it doesn't really affect us. We're just starting to get into the edge, so this is where the last speaker jack would go, and then this guy would be right here, right? So really non-incidental in that regard. Backside is always kind of dirtier. Yeah, very true. But I want to put bias pots in here. And I was debating whether or not I was going to put the bias trim pots on the top. Like, kind of like that. Right? I don't think we can get away with that, but obviously I know we can't get away with that because this guy is literally going to go like so. So like, it would just fit. Like, we could probably get away with it if we went like that. But I don't know that I want to put them there. I don't know that I want to put them there because I still got to go put the bias probes and stuff like that Riley, what's going on? Beautiful bastards. There is something in the mail for you, Riley. Just saying. Oh, and so Dan doesn't visit this channel that much, but Dan Bronson was one of the winners. Riley, I think yours is sent off. Or Riley, I know that yours is sent off, but Spent Electrons, I'm pretty sure I got you one mailed out. You live in Canada, right? No, you live in Minnesota. Is that correct? Anyway, whatever. A couple of you guys, I could not pay. Riley, they would not let me pay the tariff fees or whatever the hell it is, or the VAT or whatever the heck it is. And they forced me to put some declared value on the shirt. So I think, I can't remember who it was that was in Canada, but there was one that went to Canada. It'll be like $12 for you. And Riley, I think it was like 12 or 13 bucks for you. So you'll have to pay 12 or 13 bucks to release your thing out, which is bullshit that they wouldn't let me pay for that. But I did try. I really honestly did try. It just didn't work out. And I'm just now realizing that they did not send these things with the bushings. Minnesota. Okay, it was you. Okay, so yours is in the mail. It is coming your way. So thank you so much. I appreciate your support and everything. So that is coming your way. I purchased for that, though, a bunch of these things. I'm pretty sure it was these. So I got booty rings. I like using booty rings. So what I mean by booty rings is that they are just prettier looking, right? So they're finished. So that is what I'm going to use here on these guys. If it's under 70, it's free. I did not give them your email address. I don't know how it's going to work out, to be honest. If it gets botched, it's not the end of the world. I'll figure it out and we'll redo it. What I should have probably done is I use Vistaprint anyway. So no, you earned a shirt. Thank you, man. I appreciate it. Riley, he probably deserves more than a shirt, but we're going to start with the shirt at least. But I really like trying to make these things pretty, but I don't know if I'm going to put these on the front or the back. As you can imagine, on the back side, we're starting to get into the danger zone because this guy's got to fit right here. And then we got another device, the mains switch, that's going to end up over here as well. So I'm going to probably try to get those as close as I can. If I recall, the main switch that I'm using is a 1/2 inch in diameter. And this thing here happens to be a 1/2 inch on diameter. So it should be about the same width as this. So it might not be that much of an incidental issue because those will end up kind of like so. All right, I'll try to keep them pretty close together. I'm not going to go with an HT fuse on this thing. Let me explain why. We're in a good teachable moment, I guess, if you will, for that regard. Mains fuses. Most amplifiers don't break 250 milliamps worth of current on the HT. Most don't. Okay? So even if it does breach, let's say 300 or 400 milliamps, right? What is the smallest practical size fuse that you can get for one of these things for the HT? 500 milliamps. So something has to go seriously wrong for it to even pull 500 milliamps of current. And then you're still hoping that that fuse will break before it takes out everything else along with it. Chances are not that good that it will. The only time that the mains fuse ever seems to pop and manage to save everything else is when you get just the perfect cacophony of issues that happen at the right time. So they are not very reliable in that regard. And the other problem is that in the place that they put most of these things, oh, okay. I thought about that. The reason I don't like those is nobody has those little baby fuses sitting around. I was also looking at the, they make the IEC ports that have like the RF and the EMI like isolation stuff already built into it. They're like 70 bucks a piece. These things are not cheap, and they're about yay freaking big. Like, they're pretty ginormous. It's, you know, obviously that size there plus the width of my fingers. So it's a pretty ginormous piece. Inside of this amp, I will be using a thermistor. Again, because we have a large inrush current, we have a power transformer that's willing to give it, and we're not using, you know, tube rectification. We're using solid state. So I did want to make this thing a little bit easier to fire up. So we will be using an NTC, negative temperature coefficient thermistor in here, which will help soften the blow when you go to fire this thing up, because I don't like standby switches. You'll notice there was no standby switch on this thing. There will not be a standby switch. When you're ready to play, turn the damn amp on, and a few moments later you'll be able to make noise. Period. End of story. Another thing I'm going to do in here, thank you, Invoke. Another thing that I'm going to do in here that is a little bit different, and again, to kind of bolster why I'm going with this large plate over here, this EMF curtain, right, or EMI curtain, is I am going to use what they call a safety capacitor. And it's going to be X1 and Y1 rated. So for those of you who don't know what I'm talking about, interestingly enough, Carl's lab, or Mr. Carlton's lab, just released a video, I think yesterday, about it. But they make this capacitor. It's kind of a special capacitor that is made to block and or eliminate EMI, and to some degree RFI, but mostly EMI, off of your power line, which means it cleans up your power line, not only going in, but also coming off of your device. So perfect for what we got going on here, where we want to try to keep as much electromagnetic kind of stuff tamped down as we can. And since we got this ginormous thing there, we're gonna utilize that. And we're also gonna utilize, see if I can find it real quick. Did I put it away? Yes, I did. Right here. I did a good job. I put it where it was supposed to. So I go with LED lighting. And I've had some builds in the past, and I've mentioned it before, where the unit that I'm using, the little module, does inject some noise into the amp. So I'm going to try to use one of these things here. I got myself a high link, and it's literally AC wall mains voltage in and whatever out, right? So it's just got, I think this one's a 5 volt out. Perfect. So we're gonna go with some 5 volt lighting on this particular one. I might have should have gotten the 12 volt version. We'll see. I don't think mine will work at 5 volt. The LED cob stuff that I got now, but X2 cap, yeah. Well, so X1 I guess is I guess the X1 cap has a little bit faster. Is it faster or more? It's better in one regard than the other one. I can't remember what it is. I think it's neither here nor there, as long as it's X1 rated, but or X2 rated. So in either case, I got this here, and I think, did I put them away? I probably did. Because I'm good at putting shit away and hiding it from myself. I had a whole bag of them too. But now that I've cleaned everything up, I'm probably not going to be able to find it. There it is. When I built the Vactral board for the, whatchamacallit, for the Cerberus, I got a bunch of these, and my hope is that this is going to, X1 doesn't short out. That's what it is. Okay. Are you going to fit? Oh, you don't fit? That's frickin' bull. What on God's earth is the point if you don't fit? So I can force it to fit if I go there. The backside fits no problem whatsoever. Okay, I think I can make this work. The plan was to try to use... You mother trucker. Yeah, but it sits crooked. I don't like that. Well, I don't know. I might get a different one, or I might find one with the appropriate spacing for the pins. The back side fits like a glove, exactly like it's supposed to, but it's the front side that I need to basically cheat, I guess if you will. So it will fit. I can force it to fit more or less. But my plan was to go with something like this and something like that and build like a little miniature board where I can have the pins for the AC on there and then the pins for the lighting come off of this, and then I can mount this somewhere. And this thing kind of already has a lot of the stuff built into it in terms of like all that stuff. It's ROHS. I think it's got it's switch mode power supply, whatever. But in any case, the hope was that was going to alleviate some of my noise problems and make it a little bit easier to mount these things in the chassis. Because currently the ones I've been using, which I do have somewhat readily available. Did I lie to myself? Did I lie to you? I literally had 100 of them. And now they're not there. Burn. There they are. They're in a bag. Of course they're in a bag. These guys. These things work great. I love them. Now, this one I've taken apart because I was trying to learn a little bit more about it, but so they're sealed and whatnot. These things are great. Yeah, and these are output by 12 volts, so I'll probably need to get a different one, but you can literally run 120 volts in and then you get 12 volt out, right? These ones do put a little bit of noise out. Oh, board. A nightmare? I don't know how it could be a nightmare. I've had pretty good luck. So the way I usually do it, or the way I've done it in the past, is let's say the power transformer's here, and then we got this guy. This guy is where I actually supply the AC from the from the thing. So we got the IEC that comes in. It goes into the fuse first, and then from the fuse it goes to the switch. And then the neutral goes all the way over to the switch, right? And it doesn't really matter which side you use or which pair, but you know, you got hot neutral that go in there and then hot neutral to come out. Well, on the outside or outgoing side, I would run it into both the transformer and into my pilot lamp. Well, the pilot lamp would then feed, so it would Y off again, and it would feed that little board over there that I was showing you. One of those boxes? No. So those boxes that I got, those little things, are meant to work off of line voltage, AC, 120 volts. I'm sure that they make one that'll run off the heaters. I do not like using the heaters to power things. Let me tell you why. Of all the things inside of the amp, that is the noisiest part, right? That is where all the current exists inside of your power transformer, and it's from the heaters. So running heater wire all over the freaking place is just bad juju. I don't even like running heater wires to the front of the amp. So I really try to make it so the only thing that the heaters run to is power tubes and the preamp tubes. And I'm already not happy as it is, because the way it's going to work out is that I'm going to go into the power tubes from this side here. So this is the front of the amp here. We're looking at the back currently. So power transformer, heaters are going to come in. I'm going to split it right here to go up, over, and then down the line here for the preamp tubes. So imagine those guys are all kind of there in that orientation. It'll feed off this way, and it'll shoot all the way down to the edge of the chassis, up and then in to this tube that's going to exist over here, which we have not put a mark out for yet. But that's already a lot of freaking heater line to be running. I'm not a fan of doing it, but in this case, that's what we're going to have to do. So that's what we're going to do. That's all. No more, no less. So yeah, these guys, I'm not sure where I'm going to put them, which is unfortunate. Sorry. Try not to cough. It hurts to cough. So initially I was thinking right there. I don't know that that's going to work. Possibly on the back of the chassis. But you can see it's getting really tight really quick. It'll probably end up going up like that. Because right here we've got basically the IEC and then the two other parts that are going in there. So that only leaves a very small space for this guy, which has to fit in there somewhere. And we still haven't even put in the whatchamacallits for words. The freaking little doohickeys. These little guys, right? So I'm going to do something that's probably a little brave. Not a lot of people would do this. It might be dumb, but it's non-incidental, to be honest. So this guy right here will have HT voltage living on it. Now, it's HT voltage at like dick all amount of milliamps, right? I mean, we have perhaps up to 500 milliamps. That's enough to kill you. It'll hurt if you fuck up, but this guy here, like, the only way you could do something stupid, and you can kind of just see it, the silver spot way down in the bottom there, like, you cannot get your fingers in there deep enough. The only way that you're going to screw up is if you're dumb enough to go ahead and stick something like that in there and touch the metal part, right? Well, I am going to provide a cap for that, so it will be capped off, and more or less what you will do when you need to check the bias, and I don't remember where I stuffed the little miniature ones. I have those as well somewhere. But the little baby ones. So the small ones that you can use for your probe leads. So you'll have this here. And then you'll have a red, black, red, or a red, black, red. Probably do it like that, where it's red, black, red. So that way they align with these things here. So you'll have something like that. And then you'll have your black in the middle. And so you can get the HT voltage, because you need the HT voltage to know what you can actually bias the tubes to. It's not enough to just sit there and go, I want 38 milliamps. You have to know what the plate voltage is in order to know for fact that you're going to land where you need to with those tubes. So objectively, then what you will do is you'll measure the HT, which you can do by going to the black, right? So you take that, and then I will provide for you one of these guys, right? And you'll notice there, again, it's got a thing. So when you plug this in, there it is, it's plugged in. And again, you still can't get your grimy little fingers inside of there unless you do something stupid. You have to do something stupid. But then you can stick this directly into your DMM. It's much, much safer that way. And with that, you'll be able to measure the HT voltage of your amp. And since you can then know exactly what your HT voltage is, you can factor where the actual 60% is or whatever of your, bias or plate dissipation. Thank you, Bindi. I appreciate that. Thank you for coming in on your Sunday. Right? So you got that, and then that will allow you to find exactly what milliamp you're shooting for real. So we'll have a couple of 1 ohm resistors. You measure the voltage drop over that 1 ohm resistor, focus, and that will give you basically the number in milliamps it's relative to. So I suspect we'll land probably right around 35 to 38 milliamps, probably right in there, maybe a little bit higher. We're going with a slightly lower than normal voltage here, so as opposed to 450 to 475 volts for most 50 watt amps that are out there, this one is going to be more like 400 to 410 volts. That's where I suspect we're going to land at. I'm shooting for 410. That's my hope. But I don't want it to be any lower than 400. I don't think we're going to fall below 400. In theory, we should land at about 425 volts raw. That means no tubes, no nothing else going on. And I suspect we'll get about a 20 volt, if I'm lucky, a 15 volt drop. We're using a very stout power supply. And not only a very stout power supply, but we're also going with a very stout, sorry, I walked away again, filter cap giddy up. I was hoping to find them a little bit quicker, but we're going to use some pretty large caps that'll sit inside over here. We still need to mark off the side over there where those are going to go yet still too. But we're just kind of talking shop right now, so we're not going to worry about it. So yeah, obviously these are not going to work that far apart from each other, so we're going to have to change the game a little bit. I think we're going to do the same spacing that we did on the other side, and honestly we can go a little bit tighter if we wanted. I don't know that I want to go 1 inch. but we could go with 1 inch. All right, because then we just got 2 of these that need to go there, and 1 inch is honestly close enough. Yeah, we'll go with 1 inch centers. So we're there. Go with 1 inch and 1 inch. Okay, so with that, we'll have this big old fat switch right here. Kind of go like that. Ooh, that one we're going to have to give more space to. I do not like it that close, because these will go like so. But we definitely don't need it that close, because the knob will be right here. Oh, I got my fat finger in the way. So we're going to redo that again. You know how you done it right? You've done it twice. We're going to do 1.5 inch spacing to the first one, and then we're going to do 1 inch after that. How's that? That's what we're going to do. So 1.5 inches and then 1 inch. So there's our 1. So we're going to go back to where we were. We're going to go here to 3, and then we're going to do 4. There it is. So delete this guy a little bit more. All right, so there we go. That'll buy us a little more spots. So we're going to have hole there, and hole there. Okay, makes sense? I hope that makes sense. All right, so then we need to figure out where we're going to put this guy. And objectively, we want it to land right in here. I don't know how that's going to work, because it doesn't leave very much space for anything else, and that is kind of a bummer. So I don't really want this thing to end up too close. Again, we're trying to stay out of this no-go zone there, and our 2 little things will end up. So I think it's going to have to go like right there. So let's kind of get a rough idea of what that is to our center point there. And it looks like if I can get it on 7 inches, that would be okay. That might be okay. And that gives us plenty of space over here to put, you know, our bias pots. The only other option I have is to move the bias pots to the top and put all the bias stuff up here, which is doable. If I put these things like this, they'll be sucked up to the top of the chassis, which will give us plenty of room for this to sit underneath them. This does get supplied. I don't know if I want to have the bias supply sitting on top of my, whatchamacallit. What do you guys think? What do you guys think? Do we dare risk having one of these guys here kind of like so, and then this guy kind of right in here? I think it'll work okay. This has to get B+ anyway, to the master volume where the shielded wire would be running. Well, that is also kind of another interesting one. So the master volume will kind of end up over here. Actually, the master volume is right there. So it would almost literally kind of land over right here. Interestingly enough. Just saying, interestingly enough. And this would actually be sitting in the amp like this. So the flat side would be like this. So we'll try to get it so it's closer like that. I think, because this would be send, this would be return, send, return, whichever. I don't really think it matters either way. No, incorrect. It would be send, return. But I would prefer this thing to sit in the amp like that. So when you turn the amp upside down, you can see everything here. And then this side of it would be facing up to the side of the amp. You're not going to see objectively. But yeah, this is where the master volume is right here. So if this were directly anywhere in here, again, no-go zone, anything in there would work. And let's transfer our no-go zone down, because why not? I'm just going to eyeball it. It doesn't really matter. We just want to note that that's, you know, we're not going to put anything on the other side of that line. Okay, so we'll have our fuse and our other thing in here somewhere. Once we get those, we'll figure that out. Actually, We don't even have to bother. We already know. So I went 1.5 inches. I'm pretty certain both of those devices are 1/2 inch in diameter. Thereabouts. I think this one was a little bit bigger than 1/2 inch, but a little bit over 1/2 inch. It's like 5/8. This one's like 5/8, and the other one, I think the actual hole is 1/2 inch. So whatever, close enough. So we just want to basically split that zone up in half. I don't know what that leaves us with. I think I said it 5 and 5/8. What do you know? Landed right at 5 5/8. How lucky. All right, so 1.5 inches. Can't do 3. I freaking nailed it. Yeah, right there. That's where we want it. So there's that one. Now this other one I was off by a little bit, but not really, because it did land on a pretty good number right there. And I think we get away with it right there at 4 3/4. And that should leave us, I think, with an inch, 1.25 inches. Nice. Okay. Since that's going to be 1.25 inches, I put an inch over here. I'm going to change this up a little bit. I'm going to make this one 1.25 inches as well. So they'll basically be kind of the same. And then this will go like that. Ooh, that might be a little close. Yeah, I don't know. What do you think? Should I move it over a little bit? I know it doesn't make much sense, but should I move it over a little bit? It will work. I don't know if I like it like that, though. Inside, it'll be a lot cleaner because, you know, it's just that. But I don't mind it being that close, to be honest. Well, we'll see. We don't have to drill any holes yet. That's the area we're working with. We're going to go over here. We're going to make that one 1.25 inches, though. I like that 1.25 inch spacing. That's what we're going to run with. 1.25 inches. Right here. There we go. There's our other hole. All right. So I guess the only other decisions left are whether or not I'm going to put the bias probes on the top or on the bottom. So do keep in mind that I will have a pair of these. They'll be hung down from the bottom by 3/4 inch. All right, I'll have a 3/4 inch spacer. So this will sit down like, roughly in that range. So then these would fit underneath that, if then that were the case. Make sense? Oh, these decisions to make, and my head hurts. Nice to be, coming off the pi node? Probably yes. In fact, yes, very much so. And the pi would be this one here. So again, with this thing anywhere kind of in that range, we're going to be okay. And I think if I can get it right here, that'll leave us the amount of space that we need to fit not only these. Let's see if we did like that, that we could still get the other things on the bottom that we need. So what I mean by those things on the bottom, I'm talking, how did I put that thing? I left it on there. I know I did. Come here. Come to daddy. Stupid little thing. All right, so we'll have this guy here, probably down in there somewhere, and then the black, red, black, or red, black, red. All right, so it'll be pretty tight. The only other thing that's kind of a bummer is there's like 0 space on the back for me to put any of my naming stuff. So I usually put like handcrafted in the USA and all that jazz. So we'll probably have to find like a vertical version of it to make it all work. But I think that's what I'm going to go with. I kind of rather these be on the back. I would love for you to be able to bias the amp without having to take the amp out of the chassis. And you know, if you left this in the chassis and you had to bias the tubes while it was still in the cabinet, excuse me, you know, if you had to bias this while this thing was still in the cabinet, I'd rather not, because I think another thing I'm going to try to do on this build here is make it so that the front plexiglass, if I go with the front plexiglass, I have not decided on that, right? So historically, the front of the amp, right in here, I'll have the vanity plate. I may or may not use the vanity plate this time. I kind of like having it because it's edge lit from the side, and it does shine light down onto the faceplate a little bit. And it does kind of just help light up the whole inside of the amp. But if I do make the faceplate and utilize it still, which maybe I will, I want to make it so you can remove it, so you can get inside of the amp, take the tubes out, replace everything without having to take the chassis out. Some of my other amps, you kind of gotta, it gets a little tight, right? Because I usually end up with the output transformer in front of the tubes, and you know, there's not that much space, so you kind of got to reach around. It's not that fun to really deal with the stuff. So this one, I kind of like how that's going to work out because everything will be accessible from the front. You'll be able to see all the tubes. So we are going to try to keep that kind of motif going. That's what I did with the Cerberus, and I kind of really like that layout. So I may even switch from a 1/4 inch trim piece down to an 1/8 inch trim piece, about this thickness here. Just because A, it's easier to get the stock for it. That 1/4 inch material that I was using is A, heavy, B, harder to work with, and C, very expensive. The build that I did for Linus, the Peacemaker that went to Sweden, that was about $60 worth of aluminum that went around that thing. It's not cheap. So I'm trying to reduce some of those costs in that regard, especially for something that's literally just a trim piece. It's essentially non-functional. I mean, it does help keep the amp locked in place. I mean, that's kind of more or less what it's about, but I don't need it to be 1/4 inch thick. It's just, it's you know that you can hide all the seams. That's the reason I went with that, is because I know it will hide all the seams. The maker of my cabinets, he does cut a little hole so that way it doesn't crease here. And you can see these, but it's a little less visible when you got a 1/4 inch trim piece that comes up and a 1/4 inch trim piece that's sitting on the top. So that little hole right there, the dimple, you're not as able to see it as much. So objectively, we're going to try to figure out a way to do that. But, so yeah, if I could make it so that you don't have to remove the chassis, that would be ideal. And I think that's what I'm going to do. And I think it would actually maybe end up being like that, if I'm not mistaken. Again, because the thing would end up here. We'll have to see how that's going to work out. The bias supply, unfortunately, is going to end up over here, right? So the way that these guys are going to sit inside of the amp, so we'll have it circumventing the power tubes, right? They'll sit kind of in between there, sort of like so, right? So space-wise, I'm not worried about that, so I can get as much space as I need that way. Okay, cool. Well, whatever. Those will sit there like that, but unfortunately, it'll be diode, 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 and then all the bias supply stuff will end up over here on this side. So I don't know if I want to run the bias stuff from here, from this side of the thing over to this side, just to make it so you can do that. So this guy here might have to swap spots and go over to the left a little bit, closer to the output, which will get it deeper to this side here. So this is the master volume, and this would be where the whatchamacallit actually lands. So instead of this being straight across, it'd be over just a little bit. That we're gonna have to play with. Nothing is set in stone yet, so not a hole has been drilled yet. But it would probably make more sense to do something like, I could even put those there, to be honest. There's nothing stopping the bias supply from breaching my no-go zone, right? It's part of the noisy part anyway, so sorry, we're doing this in real time. We're kind of working all this stuff out. So I think what I'm going to do, I'm going to keep the bias supply stuff over here. Maybe we'll find a spot here. We'll put that in the middle, and then I'll put maybe the 3 along the side here. So we'll have, maybe I'll put the ground up here. So you never have to mess with that, and then all the hots will be down there or something like that. So we'll have one side, other side, and then the HT, and then we'll put the ground pin somewhere else. So it makes more sense, right? Or we'll put it over here or something like that. We'll figure that part out, and then this whole area here, this whole area right here will be for this guy. I think that's what we're going to end up having to do. And if I recall correctly, this thing should be 1.5 inches, and it is 1.5 inches center. And then this guy should be literally in the middle of that. And it looks like they did a very good job on that. So if that is 1.5 inches, I like continuity. So that being the case, knowing that we have enough space, I want to then extend this out a little bit again. Okay, so I think we went 1.5 inches on this first one. We did. We're going to go back out to 1.5 inches on this second one as well. So if that's that one, so 1.5, we're going to go back to here. Right? So this is where our second speaker jack is. And then let's just keep it going. Keep it going, full swing. There's something I was just reading about. I guess the Beastie Boys are up to something right now. Am I crazy or no? Of old street signs. Ooh, yeah, that would be kind of cool. Especially if you can keep the actual signage side out and kind of in such a way that it fits in. That would be freaking awesome. So we're going to go 1.5 inches. And then it would be half and then 1 inch would be right here. And then we need to split that in half as well. So 1.5 inches divided by 2 is 3/4. So 1, 2, 3/4. Okay, so that is where our thing will land, and that looks quite right. So this will land right here. So probably not ideal. It's send, return, and the return over here is not that bad because the return would be closest to the tube that it would be getting sent to, which would be more or less right there. So our return would be here, and the tube that we're shooting for is right there. So it'll shoot right down the middle. There's nothing going on in the middle there other than the heaters going across. So I think that'll work well. So it's a really nice clean area. And then we'll put the pots over there for our bias supply. And I think space-wise, it's not going to matter that much. I'm thinking. Might as well continue on with our whole 1.5 inch thing. These ended up being 1.25 inches. I kind of feel, I didn't like how close that one was. I did not like how close that one was. So we're going to swap these out a little bit. We're gonna go backwards a little bit. I have a different one of these. We're going to go ahead and use it this time. There we go. What do you know? Line reappeared. All right. So we basically have 1, 2, 3 inches in between there. I don't mind getting into 3/4 of an inch there. Let's get our thing back in. Let's kind of see what we're working with in that regard. So now we're down to like 2.5 inches of usable space. So if I put one here and the other one on 1.5 inches, I kind of really like that 1.25 inches though. If we go with that, that is a little far out. I'm going to be honest. I don't really like it spaced that much because that other part is as wide as my finger. We don't need that much space. This will be close enough that I think we kind of want to maintain that relative spacing. So I'm going to move this one in a little bit. If that one's going to go there, that means I kind of want that other one like right here. What it looks like. What does that spacing look like? I think that's going to land us at that 1.25 inches. Yep, basically an 1.25 inches. You can't really see it, but it basically landed at 1.25 inches. So that's what we're going to go with. Sorry, you're watching me work this out in real time. I told you this is not going to be fun. So I want to keep that kind of motif going, so I like that. I like that a lot. There we go. That's what that's going to be. And then we're going to put our bias pots here. So again, might as well just continue on with 1.25 inches for that. It's 1.5 inches for everything else. We're going to go 1.25 inches. We're going to keep it tight on this side. No, let's do something different. 1.25 inches is going to be too much. And these don't need to be quite like, I kind of like it being on our, breaching our no-go zone. Like, I kind of like that spacing. Because again, on the inside there, it's just a 1/2 inch thing. Where does that get us at? More or less at 1.5 inches, but actually 1.25 inches. Where does that land our second one at then? All right, roughly right in there. Let's see here. Yeah, like right there. Okay. So that's how those will kind of land. What do you think, everybody? You might be able to get old. You know, I thought about it. I do have, so where I live, we have like a city yard. We haven't been doing a whole lot of maintenance in that regard lately, but maybe. I definitely don't want to continue creeping that direction, but I'm trying to see here. So if you can kind of see why it sucks to always measure from one side of the chassis to the other. So see how we're off by about a 32nd of an inch, almost a 16 as we get to the end there. When you measure from one chassis side, you almost got to go from both. So kind of sucks in that regard. So we'll have to probably redo this a little bit, but this will at least get us an idea of where we're at. So that would be 1 inch. That would be 1.5 inches. That is too close if we put it right there. So if this is where that edge is at, I think I'm going to go 2 inches. So that would be there at 7.5. So this basically lands at 7.5. And then that leaves us with some odd number on the inside there, which isn't, it's not really of incident. It doesn't really matter because that is going to be an odd size part anyway, but I want these to be spaced a certain amount apart. And the question is do I want to go with 1.5 inches or do I want to go with 1.25 inches? So I think I'm going to start with 1.5 inches. Now what that does is make it so that way all of the major spacing from this side of the chassis over is 1.5 inches in that regard. So that'll land kind of like so. This one will land like here. This one will land like here, more or less. And then we'll have that part that kind of goes like so, and then the other part that lands like so, and then this. Lot going on back there. A lot going on back there, right? We'll have that jack that goes like right there. So, no space whatsoever to put anything fun back here in terms of like who made it and what is what. So, I also have to keep in mind on here things like send, return, or actually in this case it'll be send, return. All right, yeah. Well, I'll be looking at it like this, so it's actually technically going to be the other way. I might flip this around again. I don't know. I wanted to make it so you don't see this when you're looking at the bottom of the amp, but the unfortunate thing is that it puts the return over here as opposed to over here. And the downer with that is that's the return. It's going to crisscross that direction. So I'm going to have to, unfortunately, flip this the opposite direction so that it's like this, so that the return is here. So that's going to end up going like so. Always enough space for USA flag. Yeah, right? I'll have to put a little baby one. So impedance selector switch over here. So you'll have 4, 8, 16 across the top. Of course, we'll have bias. Woo! I'm not going to bother like really putting much like nomenclature, I guess is the word, for these guys here. It'll just say bias down here, right? And everything else should make sense. Like, you know, this guy here, obviously you're not going to be using that to measure across all the other ones. Although I guess you could if you were dumb enough. But if you read the instruction manual or watch these videos, you'll understand right away. Because obviously to bias this thing, we're going to have to use these tools. All right, so yeah, we'll have the impedance selector there. We'll have our output jacks here. And we'll have this guy here. And it'll literally go like that. And I can, if I need to, move this up or down a little bit. I know that currently I have everything kind of right on the center line, but if I needed to, I could move this down a little bit, and I may do that. I may need to do that because here on center line, I have less than 3/4 of an inch there. So more than likely, the send and return are going to have to go down a little bit. Makes sense. So we'll see how that works. These ones I'm not that worried about because they're going to mount pretty tight to the edge of the chassis. So yeah. And then we'll have plenty of space there. Yeah, we're going to be all right. All right. That's that. So the only thing that we haven't done yet then is find a home for the tube on the front. And I'm just kind of cleaning up a little bit here. And there we go. Just a little bit here. I like things to be tidy. Okay. So you go back over here as well. There we go. All right, so the only thing left is to figure out where this tube is going to go. And the unfortunate thing is I really don't know where this is going to land yet, so I don't really know where I can get away with it. But if the input jack is 1.5 inches in, like right there, objectively, I want that thing to kind of land in line with that. On the bias pots, are they 50K? I'm actually going with 10Ks. I'm actually going with 10Ks. It's in the danger zone. Let me double check and make sure. 10K. It's in the danger zone. Let me explain why. So 10K is much less than 50K. I'm not really worried about the range because I'm going to set the range for the amp, right? So we're going to set the high side value of the bias feed resistor and the low side value to get us in the range that we need for these tubes, right? So I know that I need to only shoot between like 30 and probably like 50 volts, and I think I can get that. You can do it with a 10K easy. The problem with the smaller value pots are that they have more current going through them, right? So the larger the pot, the less current flows through them, if you will, because it's separating. It's from hot to ground. It's got a larger air resistance. And if you go much lower than 10K, you can get to a situation where the pot tries to start burning itself up because it's taking all the brunt of the work. There are some depends. It does depend on how you do your safety resistors or how you set up your, they don't make a 25K pot like this. This is I think the largest size I could find, and it's meant for that purpose. So this is like the smallest safe range I think you can get with, to be honest. But you can put another resistor from the bottom lug to ground to increase the floor, if you will. I like putting a safety circuit in my bias supply. So there will be a 100K, I believe it's 100K, or maybe it's a 10K. I can't remember off the top of my head, but that basically circumvents the center lug, right? and it goes to the circuit. So it kind of diminishes the range a little bit, but I'm not really worried about the range. It's, you know, I know that I'm going to have EL34s in here. That is what this thing will be designed to run with. So I know that I just need to be able to get, you know, based on the math, with 400 and something volts on the plates, it just makes sense that, you know, I only need to fit between, like, say 30 and 40 milliamps worth of current or something like that. Maybe it'll get down to 25 and maybe it'll get up to 45, but I don't know if I can get that much range out of it, but I'm not really worried because all we care about is getting it so that it sits in the middle of the range that we're shooting for. Mathematically, you know where you need to land. So then you just adjust the top and the bottom to get you there, and this just allows you to adjust between the top and the bottom. That's it. I like designing mine so that they can never go to 0 volts, right? That makes sense. So what I mean by that is if you turn the bias pot all the way down, it won't go down to 0. It will only stop at whatever the lower value resistor allows for. So, you know, if you set that for 20 volts or whatever that is, or negative 20 volts, whatever that might be, that is your low side. And then on the high side, it's just, if you turn it all the way up, what's the most amount of voltage you can, negative voltage that you can acquire. And then what you want to try to do, build a bias board. I don't think I'm going to have to monkey around a lot, and I'll kind of show you why. So I am going to build it on these guys. So these will kind of, this is the back of the chassis, so we'll kind of show it there. This is the power supply side here. So we're looking at it the wrong way, but you'll have 4 diodes for the power supply here, right? That's your HT. And then I'll have another diode, and then the capacitor is needed for the bias supply, kind of right in that little zone right there, right? Which aligns pretty well with our bias over here, right? These are our bias pots right there, almost in line with that first tube. So that's pretty good in that regard, right? So those will probably end up somewhere like that, right? So I'm going to try to get all the caps and the primary bias portion of it. The power transformer I'm using has a 50 volt tap for the bias. It works very well. I've never had a problem with them. So I'll get minus 50 is the lowest I can get, right? So we already know that minus 50 is the highest negative voltage that we can get. So what will 10K get us? Will it get us down to minus 20? I don't know. That's the hope, right? I'm shooting for minus 20 volts on the low side. Maybe we can get a little bit lower. Maybe we won't. But so I'll have somewhere between minus 50 and minus 25 at the very least. I believe if you go full wave rectifying on the bias supply, it does garner you a little bit more voltage, more negative voltage, maybe as much as minus 70. We don't need that much. I'm not worried about it. That's why I'm only going to do a half. We're going to just go with a half wave, right? A little bit noisier that way because you're taking 60 hertz and you're dumbing it down more or less, right? So it does get you a little bit more of a, it's a little more noisy, but we're going to have some good filtering on there. And it is going to split off into each one of these guys, of course, as well. But those will kind of sit there like that. And that will basically, you know, almost align right where it needs to. So if the first 4 are for the diodes, the next diode is where the bias string starts. So if that first pot is right here, then the second pot is basically, sorry, right in there. So it's just on the other side of where I suspect that circuit will live. So it'll be pretty close. I don't think we're gonna have to kludge around too much, to be honest. So far, everything is falling together really well, considering how tight this thing is gonna be. The only thing that's a little bit of a bummer is the fact that this side of the chassis is just gonna be loaded with a ginormous, what stops a guy from using old microwave transformers? You're funny. I know you're messing with me right now. So microwave transformers, since now people are probably wondering, are many thousands of volts at just like, we're talking milliamps of, like just a couple milliamps worth of current flow. So you couldn't run the amp. They don't have enough current ability to maintain the power tubes and everything else. Not only that, you still have the heaters to deal with as well. So I think most tubes are, you can kind of figure right around 100 to 150 milliamps of current. And then 12AX7s are about 1 milliamp per triode. That's assuming full get up, right? I'm generally, okay, well, we're doing it. Yeah, the 50 volt taps makes life just way, way easier. So if a power tube has, let's say 150 milliamps of current draw, right? That's, again, just full go. Like it's literally trying to connect the cathode straight to the plate, right? Most of them won't do that, but you're looking at 300 milliamps then just in the power tubes, in this case here with 2. Imagine now if you had 4 of them, right? You need 600 milliamps. Well, obviously they don't run quite that hot, but so that's just an idea. But triodes, the 12AX7s, it's 1 milliamp per triode for the 12AX7 in general. That's not how hot they actually run in terms of their current draw. So we usually just do 1 milliamp per tube and then double it up for safety. So you got 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. So you got another 10 milliamps of current draw off the plates of your preamp tubes. It's almost negligible. 10 milliamps is nothing. But the power tubes are what take all that current. So in most amps like this, you're probably only going to need 100, 110. Add some safety to it. So put 200, 210. Now you're saying 250. 250 on the low end milliamps from your power transformer to probably say 350 milliamps to be, a little extra conservative, right? So most people would probably stick right around 300 to 400 milliamps for an amp, like a 50 watt amp like this. I have one that's rated for 575 milliamps. Like this power transformer won't even know the tubes are there. But a microwave transformer has tens of thousands of volts that come out of it, but it's literally in like milliamps, like just very few milliamps. So probably enough to kill you still. It certainly will put the hurt on, but it won't be enough to power the amp. It'll literally cause that transformer to heat up quite a bit, and it'll draw down the voltage from tens of thousands of volts down to, several hundred volts. It won't end well. Don't do it. Don't do that. All right, so where are we going to put this guy? 1.5 inches in is where our input comes in. It would be so nice to be able to go right off of our input straight into that. And then this guy will fit like so. But I kind of also want it to be centered off the board. And I did put some marks there. So that is where the edge of the board will go. Right there-ish. So do I want it there? I think I can get away with it right there. But do I want to do that? That is a question mark. I'm going to put it softly. I'm going to tentatively put it right there until I get the layout done, which we haven't done that yet. We showed it in the last video, but we have not actually completed that yet, so we won't be able to know exactly where this is going to go. We know where it'll go, at least in the depth, but we won't know where it's going to go left and right, which means we don't really know where this is going to land. But if I go with my gut instinct, which tells me it's going to be right in there, that's going to be fine right there. It is not as much of a problem next to the output transformer as it is. Ideally, I would try to move it up like that, and I may still move it up like that. So if this is our input right here, that'll kind of go like so, right? Which means I can come up as far as the face of this thing here. This is where the ground is going to come off of on this thing. So all the hot stuff, the way I do my turret boards, again, we're looking at it upside down. So this is the bottom of the board. This is the front, and that's the back. So we're looking at it upside down. But in either case, this would actually be like this, if you think about it. And when I say that, I mean like this. So that's where that would sit in there. This is where all the grounds come off of on my boards, the way I design them. And all the hot stuff stays over here. So all the angry pixies stay on this side. I try to set my things up so that the HT voltage, the nasty mean stuff that you don't want anywhere near your pots and all that jazz, tries to stay on its half of the board, or of the chassis, or of the board, right? Most of my things end up a little bit more where the board ends up kind of in the middle. So if you were to split the chassis in half, you'd have a hot side and a cold side. That's the way I try to do it. That's not how everybody does it, but for me, I don't have a problem with noise, and that seems to be the only magic trick that I can say makes that happen. Is I treat this and I treat the chassis as if it is a hot and a cold side. Hot to the back, cold to the front. When I say cold, I just mean ground. Okay? That's all. So objectively, I'll try to get it like this, but here's the problem with that. And it'll make sense a little bit more. So I'm going to have the heaters coming across here, and then they're going to come up, and then they're going to shoot in. Those heaters are going to be a little bit closer to the input there. Angry pixies. Yes, that is very much an AVE saying. I got a lot of my mannerisms from him. I used to watch him quite a bit. I feel bad about his donkey that just passed away too. That was a sad one. That might be the closest you ever hear him get to tears, probably. So I know that was a hard video for him to do. So my parents just recently had to put their horse down. So it definitely sucks when you're letting an animal go that's been in your family for what did he say, almost 35 years for that guy. So what was his name? Snowflake or something like that, or I can't remember, but anyway. So you can kind of see I don't want the heaters that close to an unprotected input like that. You get what I mean? You're going to say it doesn't really matter if it's that much away. This is the spot that's the most sensitive right here. That guy. That's where all the noise is going to get into this thing. So the closer you have all those noisy bits to that, the more danger you're going to have. So I kind of am inclined to stick it closer to the output transformer than the input, even though it really doesn't matter all that much. Here's the other cool thing is, this is going to be a parallel triode here, which means that all the grids, all the plates, and all the cathodes are going to crissy-cross each other and connect. So the input signal from here will literally just go right to there, like literally right to there. That very closest pin right there. So I think we're going to be okay. I'm going to shoot for there. The output transformer, most of the energy stays contained within it. We're going deep into conversation now. This probably should be more of a membership only video at the rate we're going with it. But let's go up there with that. Okay, so you got this guy here. The end bells is where most of the noise comes out of these things, right? So it kind of does like this kind of heart-shaped thing for most transformers. Not all, but most. So most of the noise comes out of the end bells. With output transformer, it's a little bit different. Most of that noise that they have kind of stays contained within the confines, in the core of this thing. It does make noise. These will vibrate. You'll hear them all the time if you run, what do you call those things? The load boxes and stuff where you can have like silent outputs. With those, you'll actually hear these things rattling away in there. And literally what it is that it is physically rattling. There's wines inside of this thing that they weren't able to get potted, is the term that they use, is potting. Yeah, check that out. And Woke, he had to let his donkey go the other day. Very, very sad episode. But for whatever reason, they never really do all that great of a job potting these things. And inherently, there's always going to be some amount of rattling. Now, that, of course, assumes you're literally diming these things all the way up. Most people are not diming a 50-watt amp all the way up like that. My experience with most of my amp builds are, it really doesn't happen until you probably get to a point where you don't, like in the room, you couldn't be there anyway next to it. And you sure as hell don't want to be, you're on borrowed time anyway. So in either case, not as much noise comes out of the sides of these things. So I'm not too particularly worried about having this thing sitting here, I think like this. And it'll literally be like that. And then having this tube be kind of like that. It'll be somewhat in that little zone right there, right? So let's just take another gander at it. So this will be down, keep in mind, this will be down inside of the chassis by 3/4 of an inch. This will also be set down inside the chassis by X amount. So it's already underneath the thing anyway. And if you really, really wanted to be a dick about it, you could put a plate like we're going to put underneath this one to help shield this a little bit more. I'm not going to do that on this one. I am doing it on the power supply. So I think we're going to go, I want to it to the top just a little bit. I'm going to split that difference. That's what I'm going to do, is split the difference. So I'm going to make it so it sits in between the input and in between that. And then this will go wherever the hell it goes. I'm not that worried about it. Okay, that's what we're going to do. I made a decision. That's why we're here. We're here to work this kind of stuff out. So we want to go 1.5 inches in. So let's get our pen and pencils. There it is. Like, where the hell did I put my pencil? So we're going to get this guy, and we know it's supposed to be 1.5 inches. Looks like it is. So we're going to just dot. There's that. I'm just going to go ahead and use one of these because I have it. A little bit longer than I need it to be, but that kind of helps us know that we can't breach that much of it. Objectively, it would be kind of cool if I could get this much of it that way, but I get the feeling we're going to hang over more like that, probably, when everything's all said and done. But when we get there, we will find that out. So that being the case, we know that we need to probably, let's see here. So we're going to say that is that edge, which places us, I think this thing's going to land kind of like right in there. And then whatever that is. So I'm trying to split the difference between the edge of the thing and that. Let's see what kind of space that is that we're working with there. It's like 3 1/8, a little over 3 1/8. It's like a fat 3 1/8. So I'm trying to get an idea here how I want this to fit. I think I'm going to go with that. I think that's what I'm going to go with. Yeah, right in there. So I'm going to split that row of turrets right there. Not that it matters, but we're just going to say right in here. We're going to come up with a number on that. So if I had to go from the edge of the chassis, what would that be? 2 3/8. Forget it. We're just going to go with 2.5 off the face of the chassis. So that's where we're going to put it. That's where our tube's going to go. All right. There. Done. Calling it a day. We have gotten through the placement of more or less all of our parts. Awesome freaking possum. All right. I hope that makes sense. All right. It's going to land right in there. Yeah, ish. Cuckoo. All right. Any other questions while we're here? There's only a couple of you left. I imagine I bored the hell out of the rest of you guys. I'm shocked I gotten as many views as I have out of this, but we did get some good view duration. The average view duration this particular episode has been 8 minutes and 43 seconds. So for those of you who come in here and stick around, you're bringing the average up, and of course I am sure that there's at least 150 people that literally have come in and been like, oh, I'm out. You thought this was going to be quick. You thought this was going to be easy. That's what it takes to do this from a fresh, like brand new chassis. Now, obviously, some of my other designs, I've already built them before, so it's not that difficult because I already know where all the parts are going to go. I literally just mark it out and go. I'm not trying to sit there and go, okay, I need to change my spacing from this standard down to another standard. And, you know, work out where I'm going to stuff an effects loop and, you know, an extra part that I don't usually put in here. I don't usually put a voltage selector in my amps. I'm not really trying to make a world, you know, available amp at this point in time yet. So yeah, this one's a bit of a venture for me. This one's focus, you fack. Anyway, there it goes. So yeah, this one's a little bit different because this is all new. This part right here, this little curtain shield thing that I'm making is going to be interesting. So as we get deeper into this, thank you guys so much for sticking it out. We got a couple more minutes just of some things to go over, but I am going to make that shield I'm talking about. That's what that no-go zone line is there. It's going to basically be, I think I'm going to make it about yay wide, so it'll go right up to the ass end of this thing here, and it will probably come out to about here, and it'll go about 3/4 of an inch in on either thing, and it'll come up, and it'll also have a little curtain on the top 3/4 of an inch, and it will encapsulate the whole of the side of the transformer. I'm not super duper stoked on that because it will mean that I have to make the cabinet just a little bit taller, but that is what it is. Name. We need to come up with a name. I already talked about this earlier, but we need to come up with a name for this thing. So put your ideas down in the comment section. You know, go to Grant Us Great Tones channel, give him some ideas. Remember, he's the one managing the giveaway portion of this thing. Just to clarify a couple things, and I know this is way late in the game. Yes, the whole thing, that guitar guy, the whole series build on this will be done in live. Sorry, I'm not going to do like normal videos. Everything's going to be done live for this particular build. I'm also going to try to do another build live as well. We'll see how that goes. But for now, yes, I do not know what the regularity of these lives will be at the moment. More or less, it's going to be when I have a chance to work on them. So I assume that these will be pretty impromptu, as they have been. I mean, this one's turned out to be a 3-hour-long video. There will be some that are going to be longer than 3 hours. There will be videos longer than 3 hours. Because if I get a Saturday or a Sunday and I don't have anything to do, kind of like today, then yeah, if I got 8 hours to do live stream, I will do 8 hours of live stream. So there is that. This build will be done in its entirety live. Now, getting back to what I was talking about, Grant Us Great Tone, Team YDNA / Internet Money / Team ATEC, John's channel. Oh, Moo Metal? Yeah, I wish I could find it. I don't know that I'm going to be able to get some Moo Metal. I was looking into that, so we're going to have to go with steel. So it's kind of what I was talking about. I don't know the frequency at which I'm going to do these. They're going to probably be pretty impromptu, which probably won't be that bad for you in the long grand scheme of things because, you know, you miss it, let's just say. It's going to go on to a playlist, and the playlist has not been named appropriately yet. It's just called the new, you know, amp giveaway playlist at the moment. But the Chinese sites, yeah, right? I might look into seeing if I can find some Moo Metal, but I don't know that. I don't think I'm going to have a problem. I don't want to use the shields. I'm going to try it without the shields first. I may just do the first tube with the shield, just to be sure, or I may just do the phase inverter, although my understanding is the phase inverter, oftentimes, you don't really need to worry about it anyway because it's already got CMR kind of built into it. So, John's job, you know, Grant Us Great Tones channel, his job is to manage the giveaway. So if you have questions related to how to enter and, you know, what you can do, what this, you know, those general questions about the giveaway itself, I'm not going to have the answer for you. Okay? Just so you know. John has those answers. Hit him up on his channels about that. He will have those answers for you. I have posted the rules in the description of this video here. The rules are not that complicated. You basically just need to send in a video. I'm just trying to, you know, reinforce this so that way the questions are minimized. But you just need to send in a short video of you and your rig, and just kind of like an introduction. Hey, my name is so-and-so, yada, 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 and here's my guitar rig. More or less, we just want to be able to vet that you have something that can deal with this. You know, obviously, if you got a combo amp, unless it has a removable speaker cable, that's kind of challenging because you have a head that you really can't plug into anything with then. So you've got a head, which means that you better get, if you even want a chance at winning, you better start planning on spending money already anyway, because you're going to have to be able to accommodate this thing if you do win. We don't know how many people are going to be in the competition yet. Right now, the minimum number of people that must be in the contest, and we're calling it a contest loosely, it's not a contest, but I'm telling you, he thought it was easy and he gave me a lot of crap about it. And Riley, I know that you know how much of a pain in the ass this possibly can be. It was not easy. There were a lot of things that I did not take into account. There were a lot of things that forced my hands to do things the way that I did. And there was a lot of just like, there's so many, just a lot of whatevers. Like you just can't foresee everything. So this is kind of punishment for John for giving me so much crap. So he can just see how not fun it is to give away an amp. And I'm telling you right now, you cannot just give away something. I don't know why it's that difficult. Everybody wants to win so bad. And when the rules are fairly loose, because it's supposed to just be a giveaway, everybody wants to try to manipulate the rules to increase their odds of winning. And anytime you alter the path a little bit to, you know, get things to stay in the lane that you need it to stay in, people get upset and hurt, and they feel like they're left out because they can't win this free amp. It's like, you cannot just give them away. So, Zabtez, thank you for coming in. You guys, thank you just period for coming in. I'm not going to do a humdinger pot. I don't have a problem. I don't know. So here's something. Like, I would say in most cases, elevating the heaters is probably the best thing you can do. Period. Like, just elevate the heaters, even if it's 10 volts or 20 volts. Just elevate the heaters, and the need for a humdinger or any other kind of, like, you know, virtual center tap type thing, not going to ever be a problem. Now, if you have a center tapped output or power transformer, you're best off going with the center tap that the power transformer came with every time. Trying to do the artificial center tap thing, about the only thing I would say that it is good for is if you have some sort of catastrophic failure in your heater supply. At least the resistors for that artificial center tap will burn up and hopefully open up your heaters, so that way they'll just cease to work. Okay. I'll have to check that out. I'll go back and check that out. Dedicated heater transformers are definitely better if you can use them. But I don't know. There's so many different ways. Like the Cerberus, if you take the preamp out of the amp altogether, like it's unbelievably quiet. Like you can't even tell the amp is on. And that's with elevated heaters and with, like a voltage doubler. So, I mean, we're talking 120 hertz hash on the bias supply and all that stuff. So like there's a lot going on in that amp, and it sucks that it has even the amount of buzz that it has, but it's the buzz that's coming into it is coming from the effects loop. If it wasn't for the effects loop, that wouldn't be a problem at all. Dang it. I know you're trying to help. I love you guys all. I wish I could just make 100 of these things and give them away to everybody that wanted one, but it's not that easy. It's not that easy. And I can't play favorites. right? So you gotta, that's another thing too. It's like, you can't do the favorites thing. Otherwise you're granting, what do you call it? Liberties or grace to skew the results to work a certain way. And that's why I had to nerf John to begin with, because he started off so hot and heavy that nobody was ever going to be able to catch up, right? So he could have potentially had an unlimited number of points more than anyone else. Like, I think he had 10 points total, which is what I nerfed him at. And the next highest person only had like 6 or 7 points. And one of them, I think, was given to him, right? So at best, he would have had like 5 or 6. So he almost had 4. He had at least 3 extra points, if not 4 extra points from the next person down. So it's like, and even still, with the advantage that he had, he did not win, and he wasn't happy. Nobody's ever happy. So it just, it sucks, because Riley could have gone a long way, and he gave up his points, and he didn't have to. It turns out he didn't have to. But Riley, it's going to come. Good things come to those who wait. So you just stick with me. I have plans. It doesn't always work on everybody's timing, but there are plans to try to do what we can do to make everybody as happy as we can, or at least give justice where justice is due. So all that being said, my job in this whole giveaway this time is to just build the amp. So if you have any problems with the giveaway rules as they are right now, I'm not the guy. Talk to John. Settle it with him. The rules are in the description. Can't go wrong. I'm quite excited. I'm ready to drill holes today for the most part, but I have to... Yeah, right? He's got to keep fit. He better get into a sauna, too. It's like a sauna in here. So the next video, and it's kind of clarifying what we were talking about a little bit ago, is the frequency of these. I wish I could tell you exactly when I'm going to do these things. More or less, I go to work, like an 8 to 5 kind of job every day. So Monday through Friday, I'm at work. Which means I only have after hours to work on this thing. So on any given day of the week, between about 4 o'clock and I would say 6 o'clock, I would be able to start a video kind of chronologically doing what we just did today, right? Which means, yeah, right, Joe is, I don't think he's going to win. Do keep in mind that John is a little more insidious than I am about certain things. So we are going to do what we can to mitigate fakery and stuff like that. So, ooh. No productivity today. Yikes. my friend just piped in. He's like, "You're sick, huh?" He didn't watch the beginning of the video. I told him I was trying to be productive today. But no, obviously if we find anybody trying to cheat the game, or anything like that, then, they're going to get ixnayed for sure. There cannot be any duplicate input or entries. And we have ways of figuring that stuff out. So don't try to get tricky with us. I would say that just because of, I don't want to write people off just because, but there are certain people that are obviously not invited to this game because of their history or this, that, or the other. Now, I don't even have to say it. I'm not managing that side of it. That is going to be all up to, that's going to be all up to John to manage. But my job is to build this thing. Honest to God, if let's just say Joe did win. By some ungodly chance, he won. What is he going to do with this thing when he gets it? He's going to see the thing. He's going to know how killer this freaking amp is. Let's just say he does destroy it or try to, poo-poo it in any way that he can. Anything that he does after that point, he's going to kick himself for doing, because he literally took something that is worth something off the freaking market and just increased its value that much more. And honestly, it would be, to me, it would be great for him to try to do something like that, because it would just add even that much more value, I think, to this whole project. So you want to talk about integrity, and you want to talk about just taking it and rolling with the punches. You know, Joe, if you can get your name in there and win, more power to you. But I think anything that you do after that point, you would regret anyway. That's all I'm going to say. This is not a toy. And to be honest, this really isn't a game for me either. So I don't really care to play games. So I try to keep that kind of crap off this channel, obviously. It was just, Joe kind of pissed me off a little bit. Like, he's just not a great guy. And I think he doesn't need to be messing with us in any way, shape, or form. So whatever. If he can get his name in the hat and it slips through and he just happens to be the winner, more power to him. I'll live with it. And if he destroys this thing or whatever his plans are with it, well, I think that would be more his loss than anything. I am that confident in how this thing is going to go. So I'll leave it at that. So, yeah, I think I have enough of a headache now that I can call it a day. I thank you, Brian, by the way, for letting me know that I'm supposed to be sick. But I have to be productive. And you're supposed to be ripping a bathroom apart. Get on it. That is my opinion, just because of how brazen he was the other day with that statement that he made. I'm not managing the giveaway, though. I'm not managing it. So that's up to John. And if John decides that's the case, then that's the case. If, like I said, if he can somehow manage to slip it in and ends up being the winner, again, more power to him. The requirement, as I've talked about before, was a minimum of 30 entrants, unique and individual entrants. And I think I left it open for John to close it at 50 entrants if he decided to, but I think I kind of talked him out of that. More or less, John wanted me to pay for shipping to whoever the winner was. And I was just like, well, if you're going to cap it at 30 entrants, then I'm not paying the shipping. That's all. You got to go to 50 entrants and I'll consider it. Yeah, slip it in, right? But I said, if you want to cap it, I'll accept 50 entrants, and then I'll take care of the shipping. But then I think that kind of opened up. By the time you get to 50 individual entrants, you might as well just open it wide open. The objective behind this wasn't to cap the number of people that can get in the game. Objectively, this isn't about the giveaway itself. That's a portion of it. I was trying to grow this channel, show some more interest and garner appreciation for this craft. That's why we're showing everything that we're doing here in real time. So that way you can have more of an appreciation of what goes into this. This is not a game. We are not firking around here. We're literally playing with high voltage. We're literally doing things that could actually endanger our lives. Heaven forbid a machine or a tool breaks and I end up getting a bit through my finger, or I literally at the last moment take, at least $1,000 worth of hard parts, $1,500 worth of hard parts, and do something like drop this on the floor, and I'm out not only the $1,500, but you got to do it again, right? Like there's things that can happen. This isn't a freaking game. This is serious. I take this very seriously anyway. So, yeah, neutral. I'm neutral. Vessel, good to see you back again, my man. And I don't care if you're left, right, up the middle, whatever. Like, when it comes down to you or you, I am me. But on this channel here, obviously the objective is this is what we do. So all that other crap is just take it elsewhere. But, you know what? Ender Welt sign. I know you can say that I would enter, but I already have a horde of amps. You do not have this amp, right? You do not have this amp. And when I say this amp, what I mean is you don't have a handmade amp, like literally where you watch the guy in real time drill the holes. You don't have this amp. That's all I'm saying. So this is an opportunity kind of for the world to get that, you know, a hand-built amp. Literally, you can watch every hole be drilled and how all these holes are decided to be drilled, etc., etc. And this will be a one of one. There will not be another one like it at the time. So if this turns into a production amp, at some point you may not be a one of one, but for the interim, until this amp either gets sold to someone else, somebody purchases it, or until I do another giveaway and decide to redo the same amp, it will be a one of one. So the unique, bespoke nature of it, I think, and you definitely won't want to be a guitar player. So end woke, don't enter if you're not a guitar player. I'm not smacking on you, I'm just saying. It would suck. That's part of why we're doing some of the vetting process. You know, hence you have to have the ability to take on the amp, as John puts it. It's because, I mean, this thing, realistically, you're looking at a $10,000 plus amplifier build right here. Just thinking of the time, and you'll see as we start to get through it, obviously it won't take me 3 hours to do this every time. Like, it won't take me 3 hours to work out all the holes and stuff, right? But let's just say all in on this thing, it takes 200 hours to do the build. You'll see, because it'll be about 200 hours worth of video or something of it, right? Or at least 200 hours of video. Well, if it takes 200 hours, how much do I get paid per hour? How much do you get paid per hour? How much should I pay myself to build my own amps, right? If it costs $1,500 just in raw parts, you know, we're talking about a $100 chassis, $300 transformer for the power, and we got another $100 for the output transformer, and then, you know, all these little things start adding up real quick. This is a $12 freaking, you know, switch right here. All those little things, you start adding it up, easily $1,500, if not a little bit more, just in raw parts. What is $200 times $25 an hour? I think it's like $7,000 or something like that. I don't know. I'm not a mathematician. let me do the math on that here. Hold on, let me grab my calculator. And we're gonna go 200 times 25 is $5,000. My apologies. And that's assuming 200 hours. I think this is actually gonna take closer to 300, but that's at $25 an hour. I'm not going to pay myself $25 an hour. I hope to God you wouldn't. I think I'm worth maybe $45, $50 an hour at least to do this kind of crap, right? So we're already up to $10,000 just on the labor alone. If you wanted to look at it that way. So you cannot make up the time on this. And there was somebody that posted a thing the other in one of the like a comment, and it was talking about how you can't make up on the time for these things. You cannot. So easily, we put $5,000 or $6,000 as the value of the amp, literally because that would be probably the real world cost if you were to buy it from, say, somebody like 2Rock or something like that. And if you would focus, you fact, thank you. Right, so 2Rock or Company du Jour, I mean, that's probably about what they would sell this thing for, right? Realistically, this is like a $10,000 plus build. That's what you're actually going to get out of it. And I would probably shoot for more like 15. And you'll see as we get closer to the end of this build why I would value it that high. Because we like to do things very, very nice over here. And then this will get sent to John, by the way. So John, this will get sent to John. This is another reason why I wasn't really keen on doing capping the number of people and shipping it. I already got to ship this to John in South Korea. And then he wants me to ship it from South Korea to whoever wins it. So I'm already spending the $1,500 in raw parts to build this thing, and spending the $200 or $300 in time to build this thing, and then spending the $100, $200, $300 it takes to get it to him. Lord knows what it's going to cost to get it to someone else, right? Touch of class. I can't even imagine like what it would cost. So the last giveaway I did, the Peacemaker, I took to Sweden. I took it with me to Sweden on a plane. I flew it there, and I hand delivered the amp. Because it worked out that it would have probably cost just as much for me to fly my happy ass over there as it would to just ship it to them. The problem is, and this is the hard part about it, you're taking something that's worth, as we've already discussed, as much as it is, and then you're shipping it to somebody. Well, I've recently learned I cannot pay for the VAT and other like tariff taxes and stuff like that ahead of time. So I have to put a value on this thing of some amount, which means I need to also then therefore insure it for that amount. So if I ship it to you and you're in Timbuktu and I have to put a $10,000 value on this thing to make sure that if it gets lost in shipping, falls off the crate, freaking gets, destroyed and mangled to the degree it can't be used again, XYZ, you name it, I need to at least be able to get the money back out of it. But that also then means that you have to pay the taxes on that. $10,000 at a 25% VAT for those in the EU. Like, that's not cheap. So do you even have the money to pay to get this thing out of customs? I don't know. So those are currently like some of the challenges I'm up against. So I'm not trying to naysay those of you who are out of the country, like, I'm not trying to dissuade you from this, but I'm trying to warm you up to the idea that I cannot fly out to your country every single time to do one of these giveaways. Right? As much as I'd love to be able to do that, I don't know that I can get away with that every single time. So you're going to have to probably meet in the middle. That's another part of why we're doing the vetting process, is because, obviously if you're so broke you couldn't pay your rent next month, let alone afford to pay the customs tax or whatever the hell it is, what's the point of trying to get in on it, right? The dark tear is actually pretty cool. The orange stuff, I really like how they do their stuff. Like, it's clever engineering, or I'm saying engineering, it's kind of a loose term, but the way that they do their circuitry is pretty cool. I like a lot of their stuff. But yeah, so you can kind of understand now why this is just so difficult to do. That's not up to me. This was John's game, so this I'm gonna send it. This may be the last time I'm able to do it. I will figure that out, but yeah, I have a lot of people all over the world now, it sounds like. I mean, we got Riley, who's in England. We've got, Linus, who is in Sweden. I've got several Canadians, of course. And then I've got people in South Korea. Like, there's five countries right there. And I'm sure there's others. And I don't know what the odds are. Like I said, I'm not trying to dissuade anybody from trying to get in on the game. At the moment, I'm going to live with this. It's going to be what it is. We're going to build it. And if it ends up going to Europe again, Tasmania, oh my God. If it ends up going to Europe again, well, then I guess we'll have to cross that bridge when we get there. I'm telling you right now, I don't really mind doing those European trips, though. Those Euro trips are quite fun. So, and I'm sure Brian would love to go with me again as well. But we'll see how that goes. So, again, if you want to support this channel, it's up to you. There is the super chats, and there is subscriptions. In the subscriptions, I kind of dig down a little deeper into some of these conversations that we were having. Things about, like, why the shield is there. For some of you, it's not probably worth it, Riley, and a few of you others. But if you want to learn a little bit more of the hows and whys, the maths, and this, that, and the other, those are ways to help make that a little bit more of a reality. Because we probably only got maybe one or two more of these giveaways at the rate things are going, if it's going to continue to be a worldwide option. If this giveaway doesn't go positively, I'm going to give it one more shot. And if that doesn't go well, then I may have to give up the whole giveaway thing altogether and just stick to, just give me your money and I'll build you an amp type thing. I'm trying not to go that way. Realistically, if this channel does well enough and I get enough support from the patrons, I don't see an instance where I can find, or I don't see a problem to where I can't find a way to make giveaways more of a thing, and I just go entirely to a lottery type system where the bass boost, okay, yeah. So the mad amps aren't all that crazy. It's the output sections on almost all the amps are the same. It's the preamps. I mean, there's really only so many ways to do the preamps too, but I think most of the mad amps are actually hand wired, which is nice. I know that Rift Amps has quite a few of them that come through his thing, and they have, you know, just little odds and end type problems, the basic stuff, nothing crazy. But I would love to do more of a lottery type thing with this, where, you know, obviously there's no money in the transactions, but you enter in. You just, obviously you're probably already a subscriber, otherwise why would you be entering in? And then we just build an amp, and the funds that come in from super chats, etc., basically make it just funded already, and then we don't have to worry about it. And that just makes it, to me, that's the only way to make these things more attainable, because otherwise, if it doesn't go that way, you're looking at a $10,000 amp. That's realistically, that's kind of where we're going with it. The Mesa Barbaras, I'm not a fan of Mesa Barbara. Not a fan. Even to this day, I saw a picture on one of their websites. They showed, not on their website, but I saw a picture of one, and it was a recent build that they had. They do have some that they build by hand, or they're actually hand wired, much like this one will be. And they have some that are PCB based. The PCB based ones are garbage. Don't buy them. But the ones that are hand wired, I give them a little bit more of props, I guess, if you will. But they will not, for whatever reason, fix the flaw that they have on their input, their power side. They do not wire their power supply to code for any country. Just saying. So they I don't know why they haven't fixed it yet. It's been brought up before. They've been called out on it before. It's not that hard to make sure that you're wiring something to code. So I don't know why and how they've gotten away with it as long as they have. Because the dang things have CE on there. Now, CE is a self-certified, you know, thing that you can put on your amps if you want to spend, you know, the couple grand it takes to get that certification. But I don't know, anytime you start seeing ROHS, CE, and, you know, UL listing and stuff on the amps, you're no longer in boutique land. Like, those things, there's money behind them enough so that they're able to pay to get those certifications, because they're not free. You don't just say, hey, my amp's CE certified. No, you have to prove that it's CE certified. Now, CE is more of a self-certified thing, but it doesn't mean it doesn't cost money. And to say that you're self-certified and put CE on there is kind of scary when you think about the fact that they are not even Euro standard code, let alone American standard code. European standards for their, you know, power supply side of things are a little more stringent, interestingly enough, than Americans. They're the American standard. In America, just get one. I don't want to dig the other one out. I'll show you what I mean. This should be in our, I might cut this section out here and put it in my membership only class, but okay. So what are we looking at here? Same, but different. Same, but different, right? Right? This one is rated for 10 amp. This one is rated for 15 amp. I like this one. It's got a nice snap to it. But in either case, this one only has 2 lugs. This one has 4. So this one can break both the line and the neutral. This one is only for line, right? 2-pole single throw, 2-pole double throw, right? Or 2-pole single throw, whatever it is. In Europe, you have to break both the line and the neutral. In the Americas, you can just break the line if you want. But why would you be so freaking lazy as to just do the line when you could just as easily do both the line and the neutral, right? Hey, there he is. I may not survive the constant purity tests, but I'm still the biggest supporter. Yeah. Oh, he's purity tests. He's teasing a little bit. We'll work it out if they all got on the freaking phone and just talked with each other for 20 freaking minutes. Damn it, guys. Stop mucking up the waters. This is easy. In either case, it is just safer and better and smarter to break both the line and the neutral. Right? It's that simple. So 15 amp 3-pin. I don't like doing the standby, so I don't do the 3 pull or whatever it is, or 3 triple pull, double throw, or whatever the hell they call them. I like on and off. I don't use standbys. I hate them. I hate them. So I don't use them. Standby switches are evil. Just dumb. They're just not needed. But yeah. Simple and straightforward. We were just talking a little bit earlier, though, and Woke brought it up about the whole Joe situation. I'm sure it's already on your radar, though. But what'll happen should you perish in an unfortunate... If that's the case, then I imagine I'm going to have to step in and do all the damn work. All the damn work. But that's not going to happen. He's not allowed to die yet. Sorry, I'm doing a little bit of cleanup over here. I am getting ready. I've got a raging freaking headache right now. And I'm kind of getting ready to call it. And then we're 3 hours and 30 minutes in. So I hope that answers a lot of your questions. Now that Grandis Great Tone is here, you can obviously hit him up and get some answers out of him as well. I'm going to change the camera view a little bit here and sit down because my body's starting to ache. No, John's in the chat. He's Grandis Great Tone. That's his channel name. Sorry, you're looking down at my crotch. We're going to fix that right meow. Click. There we are. Oh, sorry. I feel so much better now already. And what the hell happened over here? There we go. Sorry. Yes, I'm a little beat up. I'm a little tired. So, if there's any questions, now's the time. No, there's no hitman on your trail yet. I don't know if he does or not. You've been pretty cool lately here, so you're not, I know you're in Woke, but just keep it clean, all right? And I'll, as Andy says, don't start dragging trash back into the house and all that stuff. I'm not saying that's what you are, but as long as you can keep it clean, I'll run with things. I just don't want, I don't need problems. I have enough problems. I don't want problems. I only care for solutions. And most solutions are settled by just having a conversation. So this is that conversation. So everybody just play nice. That's all I ask. I can't remember because I've seen you lately over there, but maybe it's a different one. I don't know. I don't know all the details. I'm not saying you are. I'm just preempting, I guess, is all I'm saying. So I apologize if you felt offended or attacked. That's not what I meant to do, but that's all. Okay. So now I think I was talking with John earlier today. He said that they have 7 entrants at the current moment. Is that correct? 2204. Okay. That is a good question, by the way. I don't have room for a choke. 100 ohm is probably a good starting point. It's mostly, if you're going to replace a choke in general, keep in mind that circuit was designed around having that choke in there. Chokes are inherently low DCR resistance, right? So that's DC ohms resistance is DCR. generally within a couple hundred ohms. I'm going to will a bet that you're going to end up closer to 200 ohms, probably not more than 470 ohms though. The problem is if you go with a larger value, you end up rolling more voltage. You lose more voltage down the line and you get sag, right? So chokes inherently don't have sag because they don't really have DC resistance. So they don't sag the way that a resistor does. But the larger you go in the resistor, the more sag you will have. But the problem is the smaller the resistor you have, the more heat it will generate, right? So you got to kind of do the math on it. It's a 2204. I can't remember if that is the 100 watt or the 50 watt version, but you just really need it to drop the screen voltage just a little bit. 100 ohms oftentimes is enough, but not always. I would start by getting at least 2 or 3 values. I get 100 ohm as a value. I would get a 200 ohm as a value, and I would get even as high as a 470. I don't think you're going to get up to 470 though. I think somewhere between 100, 150 ohms is probably where you're going to land at. 50 watt. 50 watts don't have as much current draw, which means there won't be as much of a voltage drop. So you're probably going to want to get 150 ohm. That's probably the lowest value you'll end up getting away with. And you may want to get yourself like is it a 380? Is the other next size up? Or 250? Maybe a 250 ohm. What you're looking for is about a 10 to 15 volt drop, at least on the screens. That's what you're shooting for, at least. And yeah, okay. So 150, 250, right in there is probably where you're going to land. Rough math on that, you're shooting for that 10 or 15 volt drop or something like that, or whatever the drop is that you need. So the way that the choke works is it resists current flow differently than a resistor does. So it does a better job at dealing with the ripple. So chokes are better at managing ripple. Okay? That's why they run quieter. That's why they use a choke as opposed to a resistor. Objectively, you want to use as large of a resistor as you can, because the larger the resistor, the more resistance it has to current flow, which means the better job it will do at reducing noise. The problem is that it drops more and more voltage as you go larger and larger in value. I would shoot for a minimum of 5 watts. I would probably go with a 10 watt if I can find one. 7 watt would be a good compromise if you can't find a 10 watt version that will fit in the space you need. But 5 watt minimum. That will be the hottest resistor in the amp. I can tell you that right now. It's the first dropping resistor, and the first dropping resistor is basically dropping the screens and all of the preamp. So it's doing a lot of work. I don't know the math off the top of my head for how much voltage and current draw that there really is, but 2 EL34s, they're pretty mean on the screens. I would say 22 milliamps is probable for them. And then, of course, you've got 4 preamp tubes at, again, at worst, 2 milliamps a piece. So that's just rounded out to 10. So you're looking at 30, 40 milliamps, if not more. Maybe 50 milliamps is a safe number. So 50 milliamps flowing through a resistor that drops 10 volts. Do the math on it. I don't know off the top of my head what that is, but whatever the wattage works out for that amount of voltage drop over that amount of current, or with that amount of current, you're probably going to want to double the wattage on top of that. So, it might be 2.5 watts, 3 watts. So 5 watts might be cutting close. 10 watts generally does the job. No, the resistor will not cost the same as a choke. So I don't have a problem with it. There's talk about this, and the rating that Andy talks about for the resistor, to all the things that I can read up on, it's the voltage drop over the resistor, not it's, you know, I have 300 volts on this side and 500 volts on that side, right? There's a 200 volt drop. You know, most resistors can handle that. I don't think that it's a problem if there's 500 volts on one side or 750 volts on one side or not. It's not isolating itself from itself. It's isolating itself from ground. So if you put that resistor from hot to ground and there's 550 volts and the resistor is only rated for 300, then yeah, that's going to be a problem. My understanding is that it's the voltage drop across the resistor that matters. But he says otherwise. Now, I'm not trying to debate or argue it or anything like that. Please do your own research on that. But that being said, those bathtub resistors you get are nice because they dissipate heat really well. They're bigger, they got more surface area, etc. But they are bigger and just uglier looking. So that being the case, I tend to prefer these guys. These are the ohmites. So these are rated for 750 volts anyway. Much more, they're rated for much higher than I'm running on most of my stuff. Most resistors are rated for at least 350 volts. And in my amps, by the time you get past the power, the power section of the amp, there's not 350 volts anyway. So anytime you're in the power section of the amp and you need to do your first dropper, it is probably smart to get a resistor rated for all the voltage that you plan on having anyway. So if you're going to have 500 volts on your thing, get a resistor that's rated for 500 volts, which leaves you with these guys here, which is this ohmite stuff that we got here. And if it would focus, but it's a 10 watt, this one's 82 ohms, right? And then here's one that's a 5 watt, 250 ohm. All right, and focus. There you go. Anyway, so these are the ohmites. I like the ohmite stuff. With a heat sink, yeah, I use those as well. I have one here. This is a little 5 watter. I have used these in a build before. The downside with these, they are wire wound. They are rated for higher wattage than general. I don't think I have the larger versions in here. I don't. They're in another case. It doesn't matter. You know what they look like. They look like this. They're also, by the time you generally get to the 20 plus watt range, they don't have leads like this anymore. They have the like the tabs that you can wire you can hook the wire onto it. That's the downer to those. They don't work very well for, turret boards and stuff like that. So I have not used these on a production amp. I'll tell you that right now. I will use them for testing and to see how hot they will get. One of my designs at one point, I was trying to get away with using like 6L6s and stuff like that. And I needed to run two 20 watt resistors. So this is a 10 watt. I was running two 20 watt resistors that were very similar to this in order to keep the heat dissipation down. And basically I had to double up the values, so run them in parallel with each other. So I had almost 40 watts worth of this kind of crap going on in order to make it so it didn't overheat. Obviously, I realized that just wasn't a long-term solution. The amp was basically telling me I do not want to be here anyway, so make a change. I finally had to, concede on that and just realize that the amp was happiest running 6V6s instead of 6L6s. And I went from what was ending up being like a 30 watt amp or 30 watt design down to more of a 20 watt design. So sometimes you don't always get what you want. There's been a couple builds of mine where I really wanted to try something pretty extreme to see how far I could push my ideas this way or that way. And, physics being what they are and just the reality of things. You don't always get to force your demands on things. What I do know, because I already have an amp that's kind of loosely based off of this whole idea here, concept, is that 300, 300, 0, 300, so that type of transformer works really well in 50-watt designs. Works really well in 50-watt designs. I already have a 50-watt design, and it's pretty cool. The gentleman who has it right now is fighting me tooth and nail to keep it in his possession. I keep telling him I need to get that thing back so I can actually finish the work on it. And he's like, oh, let me play with it just a little longer, a little longer. So, damn, Mouser. DigiKey and Mouser are great resources because you can find just about anything you possibly need. These ohmites are not cheap. They're a little bit cheaper if you get them from Mouser, but you still end up having to pay shipping and all that crap. I think these things work out to about $5 a pop, if not a little bit more. Just really depends. No, the 20, yeah, the 20 watts can rip your face off. 15 watts is honestly loud enough. I kind of feel, to me, this is a me personal type of thing. Once you reach 30 watts of power, or get right about 30 watts of power, you've pretty much got all the volume you need. If you can't manage a clean tone at 30 watts, then you either need to find a drummer that doesn't use 5 Bs or has a little more respect. As much as I love drummers that, you know, do the pop thing right and all that jazz, like, some of them have to be a little more realistic, especially when they're using 5 Bs to freaking pound away on stuff. But a well-tuned drum kit with 5 As does just fine. So, but don't cheap out on the resistors for the power supply. So getting back to your answer there, or your question, yeah, get a 250 ohm and get a 100 ohm. Or 100, I think you're going to land closer to 250, but 150 ohm on the low end. And the only reason is because you're still looking, again, for at least some amount of drop. But you don't want to drop so much that you, A, start burning up the resistor, or B, start losing voltage to your preamp section. So we were kind of talking about how a choke does a really good job about not having... it resists current better, right? So it does a really good job about making the ripple go away, but it does it without having to reduce the voltage as much because they have a really low DCR resistance. That's what makes them better at handling noise. So then what I was going to say was that the larger the value you go with the resistor, the better it will do at managing the ripple. So it's a combination of the decoupling cap that you choose and the resistor value. The higher the resistor value, the lower the decoupling cap you can get away with for that node. The smaller the value you go with in terms of resistance, the larger you need to go with for capacitance to have the same relative ripple control. It's kind of a trade-off. So if you have one, you got to double the other, and vice versa. So 100 ohms does not provide a whole heck of a lot of resistance, which means if you're going with the standard value like 50 UF decoupling cap, you're probably going to find that there's a little bit of ripple, which means you might need to double up then to 100 UF cap for this screen node in order to get the ripple back under control again. Conversely, if you can go from 100 ohm to a 200 ohm, you've doubled the value. And if you can manage or live with the amount of voltage drop that creates, then you can probably maintain or still keep using a 50 UF decoupling cap and, you know, keep the ripple out of your preamps. So, silver micas are great. Ceramics, I absolutely hate ceramics at any point inside of the amp. They are, bleh. I don't like ceramics. They have a thing that they're good at. I'm not going to argue that, you know, the Fenders used them to great effect in certain parts of the amp, but I'm not a fan of ceramics. They are problematic. They are microphonic. They suck, period. Silver micas are, double-edged sword. If you get the cheap ones, the ones that simply just say SM on them, those ones I've had fail, right? So if you get the cheap ones, Sure, they sound fine. That's not the problem. They sound great, in fact. And silver micas are very good at dealing with high frequency content and stuff like that. But when they fail in a fashion that is very hard to suss out, and it will wreak all kinds of havoc for you, and you're going to hate your life. And until you find it, you know, you're just going to get to deal with the problems it creates. And they won't do it. They do it in the most difficult way to figure out. It's just yuck. So if you're going to get silver micas, spend the extra money and get the CDM, which is the Cornell Doublier. It's Cornell Doublier Mallory or something like that, I think is what the CDM stands for. They are a little more expensive. Plan on spending a couple bucks a pop, if not more. But those are definitely better. My finding with them is they're not necessarily any sweeter than the cheap ones in terms of sound quality, this, that, and the other, but they just last longer. I haven't had a CDM fail on me yet. I've had the SM branded ones fail. So to clarify what I mean by that, since I do have them readily available, I will grab out a couple various options that I have available right now. And you are not an SM. I'm trying to get my CDM stuff here. There we go. Okay. So, look carefully in some of those amps that you get. So, let's say you buy a Friedman. I think they have finally stepped up. Don't quote me on this. I'm not 100% sure. But if you see an amp that has these ones here, and let's see if I can get it to frickin' play. See how it just says SM on it? This one's a 68 PF or whatever the hell it is, right? Just says SM. That's all it says. Sure, it will work, but for Lord knows how long. This is the one that you want to get. See how it says CDM there on the side? Cornell Doublier Mallory or whatever the hell it is. These ones are better than that one. So, again, the one on the left, your left, that's the one you want. The one that says CDM. The SM, not so good. Now, these are the ones I use as my coupling caps in the amp. These are the Sozos. They're rated for 1,000 volts, and this one's a 500 picofarad. A 500 puff, as they say. I haven't had any problems with these. These are really good. I don't think they sound as sweet as these CDMs, but I think the CDMs are only rated for 500 volts. I don't have 500 volts anywhere in my preamp, but so I could probably get away with this one, to be honest, in the spot that I'm using this one. And I think these are sweeter sounding, but I use this one because I don't ever want it to fail. And these ones I have not had a problem with yet. Bah. But do you know... Oh, no, I didn't know about that. For testing, Vessel, I use these when I just do prototyping and stuff like that, because these other ones here are pretty expensive. These CDMs are not cheap by any stretch of the imagination. Like I say, plan at least a couple bucks a piece, if not more. These ones here are a dime a dozen. They're pretty cheap. So use these ones to find the value that you want to use. So let's say, you know, 100 PF was too much and 68 was too little, and then you end up at 80 whatever. I think it's 86 or whatever the other or 82 is the intermediate value. That's great if you can go through several of these and then later on go, okay, now I know which one I need to get of these. Same goes for some of the other spots in the amp, right? So for prototyping, I do use the SMs. When it comes down to the real build, the CDMs are what goes in there. So same for the Peacemaker that went to Sweden. I loaded it all up with the the SMs first. So all these cheapos first. And then as we got to the, just before it was actually sent out, all the SMs got replaced with CDMs. So they'll last. I'm not saying they're going to fail like in months or years. Like it's just that they are more prone to failure. That's it. So just a grain of salt. That's all. dare I say that the CDMs are maybe just as likely to fail in the long run. It's just they're not as common because they are more expensive, so not as many people use them, type of thing. It could literally be that kind of case too. So I don't know. I just know that I've had dang it, I missed one. I've had the SMs fail. Let's talk a little bit about these thermistors here. Since I have them, they're right here. So, Riley, I think you talked about using these things recently. I got a couple different ones here. So, this is the CL80 here. This one will work for 99.9% of amps, but I think I'm going to go with these ones here. A big old bad mamma jamma. So apparently this is the more appropriate one to use for what we've got going on, at least with these slightly lower wattage amps. This is an SL32. It's a 2RO25. But we'll see if the CL80 works well enough, I'll go with that. And I think I also have some CL90s. CL90, yeah, that might be the case. So I got a few of both. I thought maybe I didn't get the CL90s, but those SL32s I think are the better option. As I did a little bit more research, they're the better option for what's kind of going on in this particular amp. Varistors in the signal, yeah, we were just talking about that actually with the Cerberus. So a varistor, aka a Vactrol, is this, of course, this guy right here. So one of these guys, is that what you're referring to? A VTL, get it the right way up for you. This is a VTL 5. Yeah, this is the one that, the same one that, what's that freaking company, like not Vivor. I can't remember the name of that company. Xvive, I think is what they call. Anyway, that's what these are. They're the CR1 or CL1. It's whatever the one variant is or something like that. But these are what I built that Vactrol board out of. I'm going to tell you this though. Varistors in the signal path is dangerous territory. Here's why. You have to do all kinds of measurements of the varistor that you're actually using in circuit, because not all of them are the same. Some of them have like a different on and off time, like how fast they react to the voltage. Some of them have a different range given the amount of light or LUT or whatever it is. Not the LUT. Whatever the amount of light that's created out of the LED that's in there, right? So if X amount of current flow through that resistor adds up to X amount of brightness, it will have some amount of, some range, I guess, if you will, of, resistance that it creates or, turns off or whatever it is. A good one will have zero resistance when turned on, right? So when it's turned on, it should be zero. It should be a straight wire. But not all of them will, and if you don't actually test it in circuit, you won't actually know if it's zero. It might be a couple hundred ohms. It might be a couple K of inline resistance, right? So you have to actually double check it. And then conversely, the other way, when it's out of circuit, you want it to be, tens of mega ohms or at least a mega ohm or more, right? So when it's turned off and it's in off state, you want it to be high enough resistance that basically it's as far as the components are concerned, it's infinite, right? So that's why you want at least a mega ohm, if not more. Generally tens of mega ohms. So if you don't test it in circuit, then you don't actually know for sure what it's doing. Yeah. So you have to tune the circuit specifically to that. Now I didn't go that crazy in the Cerberus because there's only one thing that I was putting in circuit anyway, and it was just the volume going into the phase inverter. So it wasn't really like a hyper critical part in it. I just knew that when it was on, when I turned it on, I did test this part. When it was on, it was continuity. Like I could put a continuity tester on it and I was getting continuity when it was switched on. So I know it was at least close enough to being, touching wire that I didn't have to worry. And then when it was off, I didn't care about it because the other side of the circuit was certainly doing what it needed to do. But if you're going to actually use it to carry signal, you have to do those tests, which means that you're going to have to tune the voltage coming in. So the correct way to do them is to say you're using a 5-volt circuit, which most all of them are 5-volt. So you get your 5 volts in. You generally have to put a dropping resistor right off the bat. And I can't remember if it's like 100 ohm or 200 ohm or whatever it might be. Clipping, tone shaping. I have not done that. No. Still dangerous territory because they're not a precision device. They are not a precision device. I would not count on them for that. Although, yeah, sure, you could do it. Great for switching in like tone controls, perhaps, where, it probably doesn't matter that much. Yeah, bust out. We'll do it. I love doing this kind of stuff. I mean, we're rolling out 4 hours now. Oh my God. Yeah, today's going to be a day. I'm glad we get to do this. I'm not complaining. So it's just my headache is not getting any better, but I guess it's not killing me yet either. So Vactrols, I'm not a fan of them. The best place to use Vactrols, honestly, is if you're going to do mute switching. So let's say you want to have popless mute switching. That's where the Vactrols like kill it. So if you need to mute a tone control in or out, like that's the way to use them. If you have to go that way with it. So, holy cow. I think we've kind of gotten through what we're going to get through. We've gone over a whole lot of stuff today. So I think I'm going to call it a day. And I'm going to go take some more pain medication and let my friend tease me a little bit more. And I'm going to relax. It's time for me to relax a little bit, I think. So, ladies and gentlemen, mostly gentlemen, thank you so much for hanging out with me as long as you have. I'm not probably going to do a video tomorrow. Hey, thank you for coming in. Of course, you caught me right at the end. But Tone Priest, thank you guys so much for everything. I don't think I'm going to have a video tomorrow. I'm probably going to do a band practice with a... yeah, we're just about to head out. Like, we just caught the ass end. But thank you. I am gonna feel better. We're getting better. Yesterday, I couldn't have done this. Today, I can do this. So, I'm going to do band practice thing tomorrow. So my friend that I was telling you that has all of my amplifiers, that tests them out, he's got band practice tomorrow and he wants me to come and help him set up the super rig, is what we call it. So the way he runs his rig is he takes my 18 watt amp and he runs that into like a Palmer DI or some other sort of load box. And then that is split into a stereo power amp it goes into his effects board, and from his effects board it goes back into the stereo power amp, and then he runs his his wet rig, if you will, in stereo. Yeah, right? I'm not going to die before the giveaway. So there's that. Well, then from that load box I was talking about, he sends another feed out that goes into an actual attenuator. So he's got like an air brake, the Marshall air brake, and then that is what he uses to attenuate his dry. So he does a wet, dry, wet type rig. But I might get that on video. I'll try to get a couple little snippets that I can put in. But so that's how he does that. So the nice thing about that is because he can attenuate the 18 watt down to where he wants it, he can get the distortion that he wants from the actual output section. So that's the dry section of it. That's what feeds the effects board. And from the effects board, it goes back into another, you know, stereo power amp that gets his wet signal. That's just reamped, if you want to call it that. Quite the setup. But as I was saying, he's flogging the ever-living shit out of my amps at any given point in time. Have not had any failures yet. So this guy here, this thing's had the same output tubes in it for 5 or 6 years. And they're just happy as can be. He had that amp for a year while I was building his, and it still has the same tubes in it, and that's the way he ran it every time. Always just dimed all the way up. But so no video tomorrow. Possibly Tuesday I will start completing the words now, starting to lose my shit. The schematic and the layout. I'm going to hopefully get the schematic and layout solidified on Tuesday. So we'll probably bounce back a little bit on Tuesday just to solidify that. So that probably won't be that long of an episode. And then once that is solidified and we know exactly where those things are going to be, then we'll be able to come back to this guy here and get the, you know, settle on those positions there. And then I can start taking, I don't know for sure if I'm going to do it. I probably will, but I will probably do a template, a guide or drill guide template for this one. I'll take out a piece of acrylic and we'll cut it out and drill the holes in it so I can stick it to the front and the back of this thing. And Tuesday, yes. What time? So I was telling everybody earlier in the video, I generally am home about 3:30 to 4 o'clock in the evening from my day job. I do have a day job. So I'm in California, by the way, so whatever time that is for you, adjust for it. Right now it is currently 2:07 p.m. for me, if that's any indication. So I'm usually home about 3:30, 4 o'clock. I'm usually able to start creating a video 4:30 to 5 o'clock-ish, thereabouts. Depends on what it takes to get things set up. We got couple different views and stuff now going on, like this one here. I give myself my own bunny ears. And you can see that L up in the top there. That's the beauty of green screen, right? So I have to set this stuff. That's funny. Anyway, I have to set all that stuff up, and I'll probably have to create another view yet still, because right down there you can just see the red right there. That's actually my drill press that I have. So I'll have to try to set up a view for that. I'll probably use this forward-facing camera and just kind of point it down, more or less. So we'll have a down-facing view, and then we'll have another view that kind of shoots. May as well just do it now, right? So there's my ugly garage setup going on, right? But so then we'll do something more like that later on. But, you know, we'll see. There's all kinds of depends, I guess you could say. But enough of that. So yeah, it's just all kinds of depends. We'll see how that's going to work out or not. And see, I moved things. See, my L's moved. Darn it. Yeah, whatever. So over there, that's the no-go zone. But in either case, you kind of get what I'm going at there. So OBS, yes, OBS. It's tidy now compared to what it was. That little corner of the world over there that you saw was more or less just like all my sound equipment and all my trash crap. But usually right down in this vicinity there is where I'll put the drill press. I don't have a desk for it. I could put it on this one here, but it's too much. We can't do that, so I'm gonna have to do it on the floor. I tried to get out another thing here. See if I can do this without pissing anything off. So I have this guy here. I got the kid's bike, of course, but you can see a couple of my other 18-watt builds over here. This guy and that guy. I was hoping to try to use this guy to do some work on, but I don't know if that's gonna pan out. As you can see, it's already stashing stuff, but I might work it out where I can do the work on that. But I'm not banking on it at the moment. So it will either work or it will not work. We don't know. I don't know. We're going to figure that out as the time comes. I'm just a tidy person in general. I try to keep it tidy. I don't know. It's kind of a mess, really. To me, it's not tidy enough, but I got a lot going on in here. So what you can't see is my entire sound rig is kind of off to the right there in front of me. I had to stack my subwoofers up to make room for the toolbox there, and that doesn't look very tidy anymore. But I've got 12. I've got 12 speakers over there, a mixer, and then all of my cabling stuff all kind of stacked up there. I need to get another, I don't know. So much stuff. I either need to get a storage space or something, but So 2000s, that one's that's a Haro. It's a Midway. That's a nice bike. That one is probably a 2010 model. You didn't see my other one. I have an Edge 3. That one's actually a BMX bike, my Edge 3. The other one there is my kid's. His is more of the trick style bike. No, my kid is, he's older. When I say my kid is 28 years of age. So, I'm older than I look, and I'm looker than I am old. But yeah, I got the aluminum frame Edge 3. I'm a child at heart, so. Yeah. So I've just got his bike stored here, unfortunately. I might try to move it to another spot so I can free up that space a little bit more. All of my guitars are like stashed up on top of a rack that I got there that I might try to move so I can get more work done over in this corner. So we'll see. There's so many what ifs. But yeah, so Tuesday perhaps we'll finish up the schematic and the layout. Wednesday, perfect, 46, let's go. Wednesday, perhaps we can start looking into creating the thing for this and endure through the challenges. How big is my space? Not very big. So, to give you an idea of how little space I have, I'm touching the amp right now. This green screen right here, which you can't tell that I'm touching, but the green screen there is essentially useless space for me. All my amp rig is within arm's reach, and my hand right there is touching my desk that you see. So when you're looking down at the amp cam, which is what I'm calling that, so when you're looking at this view here, that's my hand there, that's the amp there. So as far as I can spread my arms out. There is not a whole lot of space here, and then you saw kind of down there in the corner, I basically got a 3-foot walkway. I basically have a 3-foot walkway all the way around through my space. Directly in front of me, which you've only seen in some shots in some of the videos, I have a 4-foot by 4-foot CNC table. It's a router table, if you want to call it that. That also has a laser burner on it. So I made dual purpose out of my CNC table, but that eats up a huge chunk right out of the middle of my garage here. The downer is that the whole area kind of beyond that edge where you saw the toolbox, everything up in front of there is all my sound equipment. So it's basically just a walkway, a CNC table, and then the motorcycle. The motorcycle is parked in front of the CNC table. Yes, I do. I know I have motorcycles in the thing. The wife's like, you need to get that out of there. You don't do anything motorcycles. When I first started doing this channel, my goal or intention was to do more, vlogs or vlogs or whatever the hell they call it, of riding the bike. I don't ride as much as I probably should anymore. And it's just because all of my time is in here doing this kind of stuff. So do I adopt? Do I adopt children? No. I do not adopt children. I'm trying to get all the kids out of my life. Dang it. I love my kids, don't get me wrong. I'm just saying. It's time to go. But, yeah, so I don't have a whole lot of working space. The CNC table really doesn't help anything in that regard because it really is just kind of in the middle of my space. I can't utilize it for anything else other than the laser burning. So I don't know how we're going to show all that because I've only got these 2 cameras right now. This forward-facing one here it's a nice cam. It doesn't do as good as I'd hoped it would. Objectively, my goal was to try to get everything into 4K. Turns out that's a lot of work to get things up into 4K. So we're going to have to live with 1080 for now, at least for streaming and stuff like that. So this amp cam is also a 4K capable camera, but it will not do 4K. So we're stuffed in 1080 with this one as well. But this camera here, that one, the down cam, if you will, does really good actually for these kind of shots. So we'll see. Everything off to my left there is what I call the Great Wall of Isla. My wife's name is Isla, and that's kind of her side of the garage. So I would love to get ownership of her side of the garage because she has a nice workbench over there with a marble slab. Yeah, I would love to get access to her side. She's got cabinetry up above the top of her little area, but her side of the garage is consumed with a bunch of stuff right now. So it's off limits to me at the moment. Dang it. We're working on that little by little. Maybe if this picks up in popularity a little bit more, I'll have enough pull to be like, look, wife, I'm taking over the garage again. It's my man cave. But I'm a loving husband, so we make things work. Oh, thank you. Originally when I was doing the Talking Hands video, so I guess we're going to get into the history of things. Originally when I started doing this, I was not anticipating having an audience. Like, I didn't have any subscribers in. And for me, it was just kind of like a way to kind of like chronologue what I was doing. It was like a way to show, okay, this is what I did, here's why. Like, it was a way for me to go back and see history. I did it in a way where at least if somebody were to see it, like, I wouldn't be hyper embarrassed. But, you know, it was objectively to try to make it so, you know, I could just see, this is what I did now, this is what I'm doing now, or then, this is what I'm doing now, yada, 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 yada. But it just, I don't know, I wasn't into really showing my face. I kind of felt like it was going to be distracting. And I still think it kind of is. Like, there's not much to glean or learn from watching me yip yap. And I already talk too much as it is. So, whatever. I'm glad that you're not offended by my face. But this build will be a lot. Yeah, Andy did make a big deal about it. I could be your father, Zab. I'm old. But this view that we have right here really doesn't do much for anything other than entertainment value, really. I mean, it doesn't do any good for anything else. All the real learning is happening in this view here. So this video series will be a lot more of going back to the amp cam, to this view here. So, but that's just all. So I'm 46. So, yeah, just turned 46 about a month ago, thereabouts. No, I know, I'm just teasing. It's all good. I know you're kidding. But that's how you know it's a real show, by the way. So if I'm burping, that just means things are real now. So even though it's rude as all hell. I'm probably not kid friendly. I'm a bad influence on children because I teach them things they're not supposed to know about life, so that way they can torment their parents with it. And I am I'm the uncle that will show up and bring sugar and toys and other things with me to get the kids all riled up, and I'll get them just running around the room and all excited and be like, "All right, guys, I love you so much. Time to go." Hell yeah. You know, 40s is where things really start to come together. I found, like, when I was 30, I got lucky. I kind of figured my shit out at a younger age. Like by 27, I kind of had things pretty dialed in. But it wasn't even until about 35 when I really started getting things kind of on cruise control. So it took yet another 10 years, even after that, to really like kind of find like where things needed to go. And then about the time I hit 40, so another 5 years after that, it was just like, okay, this is the secret to life. And ever since then, it's been a fight to just make things work the way it's supposed to freaking work. I think it's more or less that by that point in time, retirement is imminent, and you're like, damn, I really wanted to retire when I was 35. That didn't happen. And now I'm looking at 60 going, I don't know if I can do this until I'm 60. So yeah, 40s is definitely kind of like, I think, a golden era for a reason. You just kind of, you come to enlightenment. If you haven't gotten your shit dialed in by age 40, you might be in trouble. I'm not saying, I'm just saying. Because that's kind of like your last ditch effort to make your run at life. Because 60, if I'm not retired by 60, I'm definitely not going to be happy. I love what I do, but I'm getting old real quick. So, in either case, ladies and gentlemen, it is 4 hours and 23 minutes into this. I don't know how we managed to get that long. I thank you all so much for your patronage. Yeah, right? You're what you weren't meant to do. But thank you all so much for coming. I will probably see you again at the very least on Wednesday or Tuesday. If not then, on Wednesday. And hopefully we'll just get some more work done. Maybe we'll show you how I do the layouts in Carvico. So I use Carvico for my CNC machine. We are getting old, but we're not that old yet. I'm still pretty spry for an old guy. But and then maybe showing the CNC machine is kind of a bitch and a half because it has a bunch of stuff on it that I got to peel off to actually put it to work. Like basically the screens that I'm using here to monitor all of this stuff have to get removed. I'm glad I made your day. I'm here to make people's days. Come on. But yeah, you guys, just thank you so much for all your support, and we will see you on the next one. So until then, take care. Goodbye. And is it gonna fire this time? It didn't fire. Ah! All right, hold on. It'll fire this time. All right, thank you guys. We'll see you on the next one.